clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Friday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, chat. Abhishek, Magnus, Danny, and hello, Nick, Terry. What's going on?
So excited. It's Friday and the market is like doing its thing. It's all wild. We also have a special guest, Diego, who will be on at 10 o'clock with us today. And Nick, it was your birthday yesterday.
It was
Yeah,
good.
how did it go?
Yeah.
Did you get the cake? Did you get the cake?
I didn't get the cake. I was supposed to get a brownie cake this weekend, because my things are still like my birthday's on like a weekday, so like I'm still on like work mode. So this weekend more of like the time. Because I got my football teams playing this weekend. I got, it's supposed to be nice weather, so get some golf in. The kids are going somewhere. So it's just gonna, what's the word? A lot more freedom. I don't have to sit at the desk for like 6 hours and trade, stream, do some work. So have a little bit more time to do other things. So just kind of, I was like, let me just lock in, get to the weekend, and I'll celebrate.
Awesome.
But we did do some celebrating yesterday. We gave away a lot of accounts, and obviously we got we got those pros that pro account passed yesterday, so that was good. But yeah,
cool.
It was a good day.
Great.
And
Yeah,
your birthday
awesome.
continues. It's the birthday week because you have the birthday weekend.
Yeah, until the rest of the month. So I'm going to just say happy birthday until the rest of the month. That's going to happen.
Yeah. No, I wonder what the schedule is like next week, because it's kind of a weird I think Monday through Wednesday. I think we got news. Then obviously Thanksgiving Thursday. So obviously I don't think we'll have a stream. I wonder if we'll have one on Black Friday or not. Probably like a small one, if anything, but who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, Thanksgiving next week.
Oh, yeah.
We will find out. How is everyone in chat? Type in 1 if you're feeling good so far this morning. Type in 2 if you're here and you can't wait to be cheered up by us.
And of course, remember, chat, it's Friday, so don't do anything crazy. If you're up in the green, just stay low or fly under the radar. Don't do anything stupid, just, nice and easy. No need to, give it all back. And if you're in the red throughout the week, then don't expect to make it all back in a Friday. But of course, still nice and easy, focus on the trade. And that's it.
Oh, that is some good advice, Tom. I definitely need to hear that. Guess what is happening in my 50K scale with the rapid add-on account?
Okay, tell me. I can't wait.
I know.
It is up. I made $4,700 some dollars since the beginning of Globex last night.
Oh wow.
That is wow.
And then we booked around 2,000 or something yesterday. So the account it's winning. It's doing awesome. Exactly. Big payout.
Basically, Terry is making thousands of dollars every day. That's the fact. That's it. That's undeniable truth there.
I posted. Thank you. Yeah, I do want to grow the account. I haven't decided how much I want to take out. With this special promo that is ending today, I heard, you can take out as much as you want daily, anything above the buffer, anything above 2,100. You can take out.
What did you say is ending today?
I heard it's ending today, right? The promo. Is that what you guys shared with me this morning? No?
I don't know. I just heard limited time. I haven't heard anything from the people above. So I mean, maybe I could be wrong, but yeah.
Denny, anyone? Someone Someone told me it was ending today. Tom, did you hear the same thing?
I seen something, but my memory is, I'm getting older, but I did see something. So I think it's ending today.
we will get the details for you. Who would like to get us started first, Tom or Nick?
Go, Nick.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. So obviously, I had a bullish bias going into yesterday, right? I was anticipating this high to get ran inside of this daily gap. And it looks like it was very, very sensitive once it got up in there. It came up in there, it just died. So I thought for sure it would have taken a high on NQ or ES and then made like a SMT and then went lower. But it just started to really go lower. So the only thing I'm really going to be watching is to see if we can get some sort of AMD, so some sort of accumulation, which is what we're getting right now, and then manipulate higher before I move lower. Let's see. So I'll mark off this 4-hour fair value gap, and then you can see on the 1 hour, we did sweep this low right here. This low right there. So I could see some consolidation. We do have news today at 9:45. So I would like to see something like this. I don't think it needs to run lower to go higher. I think it can go higher, right at open. But I will be looking to target shorts. But if I see a nice long up to here that I could take advantage of, I'll take that as well, as long as it's pretty clean. As for targets on the downside, got these relative equal lows. We're kind of running through everything else on the daily chart here. Got these relative equal lows down here. That is the next target. And then after that, I don't think we have anything on the weekly. We're currently trading inside of a weekly gap, so I'll probably just drag this over. Daily. Now this is price should get down here. I want to see how we close today for next week and see if we can, potentially get some speed. But yeah, this weekly candle looking pretty bearish. I was anticipating like Tuesday low of week. I was definitely wrong, but still having a profitable week in terms of trading. But my analysis was just off for the weekly range, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's something to keep in mind too. Your analysis, just because it's not going to plan and you see a setup, you can it's all right to take the other side. All right. I'm gonna mark off our gap right here as well. Yeah, so these gaps are something I'm watching going into the open. And like I said, you don't need to always be right, but you need to be objective, right? Yeah. So that's really it for indices. For the 4-hour gaps are up here at 66.17 on ES and then 24.406 on NQ. Let's take a look at gold. Gold's doing exactly what I thought it would be doing. So it came up into this daily bearish gap and what has not done anything since. So it's just been consolidations, and you can tell that by looking at the daily chart. No, but all small bodies, big wicks. So I don't have any. I don't care to trade this until we can either close below. I think this would be a good place to do it. Close below this low, or close above this high. This one good thing about this consolidation, it's actually a pretty clean consolidation. So it's made some good swing points, like swing highs and swing lows. So if any close above those, you can just look to target higher, or close below, you just look to target lower. So as of right now, I ain't got nothing. It's not a very clean chart, but I anticipated that was going to be the case, considering it was trading inside of a bearish gap to the downside and to the upside. Let me just check Forex Factory, and then I'm gonna check out Bitcoin. So 9:45 news today, and then 10 a.m. orange folder. So yeah, let me take a look at Bitcoin real quick.
Bitcoin, I saw yesterday it was trading quite lower.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's oh yeah, I got the dark charts now. Dark charts for Okay, so let's drop out to the monthly here. Yeah, so the monthly, I feel like is going towards this low down here. We'll see how that ends up closing. Weekly chart.
Wow.
Man, this does not look good. The last hope for like bullishness is if we can get some sort of like some sort of a bounce in here today. Other than that, I think it's gonna close below here and to target this sell side. Now from here, if it runs this low, we'll talk about it later, but that could be a point where we could see a reversal in there. But as of right now, I'm looking for lower prices on this based off of the monthly lows, got a monthly gap in here, weekly, and then the daily. One thing, how I would trade. This is how I would trade Bitcoin. Like this is how I would dollar cost average into Bitcoin for you guys that haven't done that, is wait for the daily. You get a couple daily candles back up to the upside. Okay. Before you like dollar cost average in or whatever, because this thing can, keep going lower and like it has a lot of volatility. So until you see some flips and some disrespect of bearish gaps, you're probably not going to see anything. So like, and you need real speed to do that. So like right here, obviously you had some good speed. It did, obviously run this high and then die, but just trying to find some good areas here that price was selling off beforehand. So right around in here, I remember I actually called out this daily breaker. It was like last 2 quarters ago. But yeah, back in April, closed above here. I was like, this is a good spot to buy because we had this very, very good displacement here on the daily. And then, yeah, there's some other candles. So it'll consolidate probably once it runs this low, and then it'll probably make a pop. So I'm still pretty bearish on it. If anyone has Bitcoin's not going to zero, bro. Take it from someone who thought that, especially the way our current government is tracking in terms of spending money. So let's see if I got any questions. Yeah, this is normal for Bitcoin. This is normal. If you can't handle, what is this down? If you can't handle, I think a 35% drop, you're just better off not trading it. Better off not buying it. But yeah, no, it's good for people that want to buy. So I always find those memes funny. It's like people like Bitcoin be up here and they'd be like, dang, I sure bought some Bitcoin, and then it comes like drops like 40%, and then they're like, oh, you buy? He's like, hell no, I ain't touching that shit. So it's that's kind of where I have a feeling is going on right now. So that's pretty that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Tom, what are you thinking this morning?
Well, just to
last thing here.
Yeah, go on.
I'm so sorry, Tom. If it loses this monthly gap, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because it closes in 10 days. If it loses this monthly gap right here, like if it just keeps going lower, you could see, 48,000 and stuff like that. So just pay attention to how the monthly closes, how the weekly closes, things like that. Sorry.
Awesome. No problem. Yeah, I just wanted to add a bit of an extra on my end to that Bitcoin, since you were talking about it, and just a quickie here. So you guys know that I'm all about the zones all the time, and I just had this question earlier in my stream. So if I go to the daily chart on Bitcoin, and this is all I can add to this, I checked the daily chart like all the way back, everywhere. Like I went back years, to be honest, everything. And there is an absolutely picture-perfect demand zone started to form in 2024, October 30, bearish candles from October 30 all the way down to November 4. Now, that zone is starting at 72,711 to be exact. So, and that's why I just left it here, because someone was asking me. I think there's a very good chance for that level. This is the only demand level that I think that it's valid on Bitcoin. So now, as you said, yeah, it needs speed and it really can move fast. I can actually see that not just breaking your 74K, going below that 73K, but that's only my 2 cents on the dollar. That's a picture perfect level right there. And that's, I actually called it out yesterday on my Twitter. But anyway, that's about Bitcoin. So about NQ, quick recap of what happened. I was not at the computer or at the charts when this drop happened. But the thing, I was very surprised. And obviously, there was a lot to talk about what happened here. But I was surprised. And then when I woke up before London this morning, and this is the 5-minute chart, I already knew that this day is going to be a consolidation. So in a way or shape or form, I was not expecting a huge movement, especially not in London. But we took out the Asia low, and let me zoom in on the 5-minute here. So we took out the Asia low, and then even went lower to the 24K. That was a nice little sweep there, just to put the dot at the end here. And then we went up and took Asia high. So I would say it was a pretty solid and good move, despite the fact that we had that huge drop yesterday. The thing is, and yeah, Nick, also, you said like you don't have nothing really on this one. I don't really have either. I mean, nothing. So I checked everything. I always looking for something to go for, a valid target that I can go for. I really looked all over the place. I'm not going to switch all the way from the 1 minute up to the 1 hour chart for you guys now, because I was looking for the zones, and there's just nothing I can go for. So what I can do is, maybe because I have 1 or 2 accounts that are dedicated for scalping, maybe I can jump in to a scalp trade. There is liquidity, I would say, down there at 24,100. If the market would start to continue to drop, we'll see. But let me switch to the 1 hour again. So this was a nice move to the downside. I can actually imagine this one going back up there, at least to 24,600-ish area, just to reprice that hourly gap. That wouldn't be a bad target. But my favorite targets are always the zones, supply and demand zones. I don't see any. So there is one, by the way up there, a 15-minute, which starts at 25,178. I don't think that we're going to have a rally for 900 points in this PM and on this Friday AM or PM session. I just don't see it happening. But anyway, no near-term target, nothing on the 5, nothing on even the 1 minute. So I'm going to be in scalping mode. I had some inspiration from Terry, maybe doing some discretionary trades based on positive intuition, we'll see. But maybe that's the only thing I'm going to do on NQ. And as for gold, there is a 15-minute supply zone, which is absolutely valid. I did take a trade earlier in the after the 7 a.m. New York kill zone start, if I can say that in ICT terms. So I took a nice long position on gold earlier. I can maybe see this going higher into that supply zone again. It got rejected from the midpoint. It tried again. It failed. Now it's pushing back up there. Maybe I will look for a very very small long position. I don't know. We'll see. But I have no intention to go short on gold. So I will keep an eye on it. But again, I don't really have major levels. And of course, it's Friday, so I'm not going to really oversize anything here. If I see a scalping position, I'm just going to go lightly and based on discretion, and we'll see how it goes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Chat, what are you guys thinking? Are you looking for longs today? Type in 1, type in 2 if you're looking for shorts, or type in 3 if you're thinking no trades for me. I'm here to hang out with you guys.
Exactly. Or you can, there's nothing wrong sitting on your hand. I can show you guys how to do it. You don't see my hands now, but I'm actually sitting on my hands. And this is how you do it. So it's very easy. But yeah, it will be, again, another interesting market open, especially after that drop.
Yeah. And we had this big news candle. I think you can see my chart right now.
Yeah.
We had this big news. This was, I believe, a Fed official making a comment about cutting rates in December. Basically, just based on what this person said, it increased the odds of expectations of a rate cut in December. And I will share such an interesting story, and you can learn from my mistakes because, right? Save you a few dollars and a few tears. So the importance of having stops. I've shared on stream before. I'm guessing there are people who haven't heard this story. I had a bunch of funded accounts, sim funded accounts, and I was trading during the evening session in my time zone, which typically during that time, it's like market is barely moving. It was a low volatility environment. It was just like watching paint dry on the wall. I was in a trade, copy traded all my funded accounts, and before I could even blink my eyes, all the accounts were blown because some news, someone said something, and it was this massive candle like this. Like this candle is the low. It's like almost 200 points in 5 minutes here. The low is 965. The high is 147. So just short of 200 points. And so it was a similar candle like this. Like, I don't know if it was that big or not, but it happened so fast, you guys. I couldn't even process it. No time to go and close things out. All the accounts were instantly like evaporated. And that was a lesson that I had to learn. And that lesson was the last time that I traded without stops in, because you never know when a headline is going to come in. And this morning, I was actually in a short, and thankfully, right, the habit of always putting in that stop, because you never know. And I got stopped out in this candle, and like my chart it happened so quickly, like the data wasn't quite, updating. Like sometimes there's a lag, maybe it was my internet, I don't know. But I was like, whoa, and my stop was still in there. And the thing about stops, just to keep in mind, it's a market order. So there could be a ton of slippage, which in my case there was, but like I was in micro, so I was all good. So just a friendly reminder to always trade with stops.
Yes. And also, by the way, and thank you so much for sharing that, Terry. And also another thing about the stops, I always like to put the stops there. Yes, it's a must. I also learned the hard way. But also keep in mind, whatever platform are you using, always make sure to check your leftover orders, because sometimes it happened to me quite a few times, unfortunately, back then. I left my limit orders on the chart without noticing that they're there. So the next day I came back and I saw my accounts were blown because it got triggered. So make sure everybody always, whatever platform is that you're using, to make sure no orders are left on the table. I do remember I blown up a few funded accounts back in the days because of this. It seems like a minor issue, but you got to be always careful about it. Yeah. So that's it.
Such a good reminder. Oh my gosh. Yeah. To exit all.
Exit everything.
Story, Terry. I haven't heard you talk about that. That's great. How many accounts did you have?
I think it was 5, and I worked so hard to get the 5 all and funded. And
how was your sorry, how was your feelings? What did you feel at that moment? I guess it was bad, of course, but how did you digest it? How did you went on from the next day? What did you do?
I was so bummed because I was so excited to have filled every single spot with sim funded accounts, right? And to have 5, and I had like posted on X. I was like, oh yeah. And then that happened, and I shared it on X publicly. I'm like, you guys, like, this is what happened. I lost all of them. And people were like, Terry, you know better to trade without stops. Like I got so much heat.
Oh my gosh.
It makes you a pretty religious person if you're not already, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It hurt. That's one of those things where sometimes it takes you a few times to learn a lesson, and then finally, when you really get burned, you're like, all right, I learned it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
those are the things that we will. I don't think we will ever forget those kind of mistakes. So I think everybody has a subjectively big mistake that everybody made during their journey in trading, and so those will be good to remember too. In at least in that way, like you will not make that mistake again. So I also did that. I blew up multiple funded accounts at the same time, and also anyway. Lots of mistakes. Let's try to forget those. Look to the future.
Yeah, and just learn from them, right? And the beauty, I feel like, of trading with prop firms is we can learn those mistakes in a less expensive way. Because can you imagine if those were all live accounts?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
And by the way, not to mention the time frame. Imagine if you deposit like a few $1,000s to your personal live cash account, you blow up that account, and it takes a lot more emotional damage to stand up from there. Obviously you need to stand up and go again, but I just want to say with this, that with the prop firm, you're able to speed up the process exponentially. It's much cheaper to get yourself into the game, into the trades, and into the market. And if you fail, you can get up faster, easier. You can try again. So the learning process with the prop firm is definitely faster and easier, and not so hurtful like doing it with your personal cash account, because that can really hurt. I know it. So.
Right? Like it would take me forever to get back if it was a live account, like as far as saving all the money to deposit again. Like, yeah, it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, no, that's wild. That's wild. That's crazy. Especially in Asia too. Like New York, I get like, dang, like Asia, really?
Yeah. And it was during a period where the market was like not moving at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like, I hate that. You're watching paint dry.
Right? But it was a good lesson. And I'm so glad I learned it and I changed my behaviors, right? And because until we make those changes, we're not ready to manage big money. So it's like the levels in the game, like each level we advance.
Oh, yeah. That's also the beauty of the whole thing. The journey, the beauty of the journey.
The journey, enjoy the journey.
Exactly.
Will we get a gap fill as far as from New York's closing price? It looks like NQ is up by about 70-ish points. I'm wondering if we're going to go down some more. Maybe. I
don't know. We have some consolidation from yesterday's PM session to the left here on the 5-minute. I don't know if that's going to act up as possible resistance. We have the market open right now, so we'll see. The next level of liquidity would be down there around 24,105 ish, but who knows? I don't know. You have to wait and see. No trades for me right now, just to jump in for fun, because that's not going to be fun anymore on a Friday.
No, not on a Friday.
No, not on a Friday. We'll see what it does.
Maybe on a Monday.
Yeah, we have time to. Yeah. By the way, the positive thing on Mondays is that you still have time to correct that mistake. So whatever you do on a Monday. I'm not saying like whatever, but almost everything. 80% of those things that you can go bad or do bad on Mondays, you can correct it until Friday. So that's the good thing. All right. So yeah, NQ spiked higher. Gold is not moving anywhere. Okay. Gold is basically unplugged. Somebody pulled the plug on gold and that's it. It's dead. So it seems like NQ is just kind of wiggling here a little bit, nothing else.
Gold. How's ES looking?
Oh yeah, ES. I haven't really checked ES at all today. Okay, nothing. Basically the same. ES is same. All right, that's an easy one. ES is nothing.
It'll be interesting to see if we retrace that news candle, the 7:30 Eastern Standard Time candle.
Oh, news. Yeah. And also, we have the PMI number, right? PMI at in 14 minutes or so.
In 14 minutes?
Is it in 14 minutes? 14
minutes?
I
think it's 9:45. It's probably best to wait for we were dinner last night. I don't know about you guys, but like like at dinner last night, my wife was she looked at like she gave me my present and everything, and she was like, look it up, and like anyway, I went to my Chrome, and I don't know if you guys are like this, but all of my like the most recent websites you go to are all like saved, like that way you can just click them, like it automatically does it. And all of mine are like MyFundedFutures, Forex Factory, Trading View. I'm like, and then like I was like, as I'm looking it up, I'm like, oh man, don't we have news tomorrow? So I end up clicking on Forex Factor, and she's like, that's not the website to Louis Vuitton. I'm like, you're right. She did give me this pretty cool wallet though. That's pretty sweet. So
awesome.
Shout out.
Nice.
But, yeah, no, it was. I don't know if you guys are like that, but I do know after last night, because I did get an ear about that. We do have news at 9:45.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm same way, Nick. If you look at my YouTube history of like what I'm watching, it's all trading.
Yeah, like if I look at it right now, oh yeah, no. If I go on home, yeah, it's literally it's
all trading.
It's toxic. It's not toxic, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's like always working.
Bad.
You're always working. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my YouTube is all about trading as well, and some episodes of Family Guy, and that's it. So that's normal. So seems like NQ is going to. I just wanted to say, my intuition tells me, it keeps whispering into my ear that we're going down. Like I keep hearing these voices, like, Tom, we're gonna go down. Push the button. I'm not gonna do it, so I'm gonna wait until the news. But look at that. Yeah. We're going down. We're going down.
It's looking like it wants to test that VWAP. Will we get the full gap fill? It came close. We might get it later. Let's see. There's about 60. Oh, we're back to 70 points. Ooh, lots of volatility in this open.
I'd say if you don't get anything like A+ before the 9:45 news, I probably just.
I'm not going to do anything before 45. That's for sure. So who knows how the market is
definitely
reacting.
needs it. There are times to do it. Like I would say there are times to do it before the news. In some cases, like I don't do it, but I know people who do and have students who have models based around it as well. But if we have consolidation and then we have news like like at 8:30 and we've been consolidating all night, it's best to not do anything, right? Because there's probably going to be, you're more likely to benefit from like the move, like something happening, and then can catch a continuation from there. If it's already trending, and then like maybe you can position yourself before news and the draw hasn't been hit. Like if you're anticipating lower and you have a good entry model, like go ahead and take it, especially if you feel really good about price hitting that area. But like I don't do that. Like and I think you should either do one or the other. I don't think you should do both, because the results are going to be skewed either time, because it's just such a wide range.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Yeah, and if you're in a trade during news, sometimes it can skip prices because it's so volatile. That happened to me on stream one morning. I was in a trade with all of us, and it like skipped. We were like, whoa, like on the chart, it actually skipped price. Yeah.
Wow.
That was fun. Not recommended.
That's not recommended. Yeah, I mean, I used to have that. That other trigger just got to my mind. Like when I trying to anticipate the level. In this case, that 105. Like I want to see the market go down there, maybe jump into a scalp, and I really want. I want the news to have no effect. Just do a bit of a wiggle here and there, and that's it. And then I want the market to go lower. But when I see the market going, typically before the news, just a few minutes before the news release, is going down to a certain level or going up anyway, it takes out a level that I'm anticipating to happen. That also kind of triggers my mind, like, why didn't I enter? Why didn't I take it? But anyway.
You say you wanted to see the market do a little wiggle?
Yeah, a little bit of a wiggle. Yes.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
It's looking like an inside bar here. So we are consolidating, just waiting.
Yes, it's the waiting game, definitely. So,
oh my gosh, the open yesterday. Talk about waiting. We had all of those 5-minute overlapping candles at the open. That was
The
like
Asia
kind of nasty.
Open.
No, during New York.
Oh, the New York. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Remember?
Oh, that was, I was so disappointed about that.
Right? Like I was disappointed too. We were just like, what the heck? Yeah, right here. Right here. This was our open yesterday.
I was so confident. I was keep preaching about, oh, we should see the nice move now. And it didn't do anything. So I closed down my chart and whoa, this happened. Anyway, this was, anyway, the open was disappointing. Absolutely.
Yeah. I did catch some shorts after we finished stream yesterday. I will share how we talk about doing the 1 micro challenge and how awesome it is, because micros, amazing. You can take losses and test it, right? Like we call it a tester position.
I call
put
it
on
probe
one
trade.
probe trade, tester.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can see how it does, and you can add to it, and then if you lose on it, it's not a big deal because it's just one. And then yeah, after stream I still like the shorts, and I went in a different account with 5 micros and rode some of this down, and that's how I was able to book about $2,000 yesterday in my sim funded 50K scale account with the rapid add-on.
That's wow. I mean, I don't think, I mean, it cannot be faster than that on that rapid account. Wow.
I know, right? Yeah. So it ends today. It sounds like it ends at 4:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
So, oh, and just a friendly reminder, if you do want it, make sure you select it. You do have to select the add-on when you check out. And use code YouTube to help support the channel. Thank you, you guys.
Yep. Thank you.
It looks like Abhishek will be picking a winner today.
Ooh, okay. I'm wore out, man. I can't do anymore. I can't pick anymore.
That was too much for you, I know.
Although we did have some fun, some fun questions and some good exercises, or some good, good ways for people to win. So
yeah,
I do want to do the wheel. I've never done the wheel before, so I've actually would like to try that.
Maybe Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me check out that calendar for Monday as well. While we wait here. So no news on Monday. We have PPI on Tuesday at 8:30. Wednesday we have unemployment along with GDP. It's tentative. Obviously Thursday is Thanksgiving, so bank holiday. Plus we'll be off, and then Friday there's no news. I assume we'll be back on Friday, but I don't know. And then it says we have NFP in 2 weeks. No, he says we have ADP non-farm employment change. So, okay, never mind. We don't have that. And then 3 weeks from now, we have CPI. So, the December 10th. Yeah. Ooh. So, I want to say we have one more FOMC rate meeting. Okay, yeah. So, that's December 10th. So, that's 2 weeks from yesterday, 2 weeks from this past Wednesday. So, we have CPI and FOMC in the same day on December 10th. Where it's the big boy FOMC.
Wow.
And there's no projections out yet. But let me check CME Fed Watch real quick. Shout out Barbie on this one. So currently at 3.754, it's a 73% chance it's going to drop a quarter basis point to 3.5 to 3.75 in that range. So wow, yeah. See what happens.
Oh, yeah.
And then by the end of next quarter, there's a, probably like a 60% chance we drop another half basis point as well. So wonder what the market's going to think about that. A lot of people saying it's already priced in and stuff like that. So could be a reason why we're seeing a dump.
Yeah, and also I got this question this morning. Let's not forget that we are slowly heading into the last month of the year, and of course, slowly we are getting closer to those Christmas holidays. What do you guys think? I mean, yes, we're going to have slower markets, but how long can be expected that the markets are going to behave quote unquote normal under normal conditions like volatility, momentum, whatever? Is it going to die down just a few days before Christmas holidays? What are your experiences, by the way? Can we trade through the holidays? Is it worth to try even, or how do you guys trade through the holidays?
Well, ICT said,
okay.
I'm just kidding.
Tinfoil stuff. Oh, no.
Just whenever I'm not busy and there's news, I'll show up. If the closer we get to the holidays and there's no news, like I'm probably not gonna like take a setup and just because the volatility won't be there. If the volatility is there, I'll take a trade on December 24th. If there's news so it's just about showing up. There are some days I just take off and people are like, oh, wow, you trade like all these. I'm like, dude, like I literally sit here for 2 hours a day. I'm going to be on my computer anyways. So like I'm going to set my alerts, and if I see a setup, I'll take it. Is that the same? Should everyone do that? No. But yeah, that's just kind of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know what the market will do on those half days and on days around the holidays. I feel like typically what I've noticed is the market is typically like more rangy and doesn't really move too much. But you never know, because last year around Thanksgiving, we were getting big moves. Like on that half day, it just trended. It was a trend day.
Yeah.
So I'd say my advice to myself, if I trade around the holidays, to probably start sizing down more. I mean, this volatility is incredible. I'm actually surprised that we have this amount of volatility the week before Thanksgiving. I love it. I love it. I know some traders don't like it though when we have this
for day trading is that we definitely have to love this because we need the volume. But I agree.
Quick question here. Someone dropped, hey, I get A+ setups during evals, but I don't pull the triggers on the A+ setups on the funded. So I'm guessing this person sort of hesitates. So I would say for that, it's usually one of two things. And it's probably the second thing. It's you just care too much, man. Like you gotta learn to not give a crap about trading without like you gotta learn to just not care, at the same time, like obviously you want to care, but like you can't care what happens, right? You're too sort of like money, like result oriented. You see what I mean? Just show up. Like they're gonna, if you have a 50% win rate, I always say assume you're gonna lose the first 5 trades. Right.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah. I 100% agree with you there, Nick. So you got to detach yourself. You got to learn how not to care about the outcome. Just focus on the setup. And as we always keep repeating, trade small, focus on the setup, and forget about the profits. Try to forget about, maybe you're focusing too much on those profits. I know it's natural habit because we're all humans and everybody likes the money, but try not to focus on the profits. Just focus on the setup and try to go for the smallest size. Try it for 2 weeks. If you can't hold it for a month, try it for 2 weeks. It will change you a lot in a positive way.
Yeah.
Such great advice.
I think it goes a lot with my tweet I put out last week too. It was like, size up is the most you can without caring too much about without getting too emotional while you're in the trade, right? The second you start to feel like the emotions kind of leading you to do something that is against your system, that's when you should either close the position or size down. Now, a lot of you guys are like, you got a $2,000 drawdown, you got a funded account, and then you're feeling that, and you're only risking like 10% of the drawdown. So you're not really risking a whole lot. So, but you still feel that. But what you should do is probably size down even more, because that's where you're just going to operate better in terms of managing that trade and following your system. But most people can't. That's a very, very hard thing to do, is because that's really like swallowing your ego a little bit, and like I feel like women can do it better than guys.
I did happen to a short the 15-minute orb break. It broke on the did you?
Look at her.
Yes.
It broke on the sell side here. So I am in this trade with one micro. The news did come out.
I took profits. I took profits, made $500 on this one. Yes.
You made 500?
500. I didn't want it to interrupt, but I jumped into a short as it was starting to go lower based on intuition around 160, 69. Yeah, it went down nicely. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, it was great. Are you still in?
I am. Yeah, W's for Tom. I feel like I wanted like a negative R&R on this. I did see this beautiful equity curve on this back test of the taking a 50% of the risk of the 15-minute orb. And the back test, it just looked beautiful. I was like, I like that. What do you guys think about like systematic trading versus discretionary trading?
There's times for both. Like, I think you have to have a mix of both, honestly.
I could talk about this, just this simple question I could talk about for hours, by the way, because I started out with mechanical systems, indicators, certain set of rules. Then I hopped into price action trading, and also and I'm happy about it that I learned a lot of ICT stuff, smart money, and read the context and all the things. But I do believe, like Nick says, there is a positive thing in both of those things. Like trading with a mechanical system can also be good. At the end of the day, it's all risk management. By the way, I truly believe now, and I'm 100%. I'm saying exactly the opposite. I was saying this 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, you would have asked me like, "Hey Tom, what do you think about mechanical systems?" I would have said, "Oh no, please, no." And the past 2 years actually proved me that no, it's about risk management, and you can make money with mechanical systems. I truly believe that now. So I changed my mind about that. But anyway, I think it's possible.
Yeah, it seems like regardless of how you trade, whether it's purely mechanical or if it's looking at moon cycles, or if you're trading reversion to the mean or ICT or breakout trades, like it doesn't matter. It seems like everything and what they all have in common, the successful traders, their winners are paying for their losers plus more. It's like that risk management component, it seems.
Yeah. It's always risk management. And it took me like years to understand this. Like there are patterns and I know many people would disagree with me, and I'm not here to start a debate or something, but I do believe that there are certain patterns in an exponential moving average system, or by using the VWAP combined with volume or whatever. So there's so many variations. I think there's thousands of variations and combinations. I think there's always a pattern. Your job is to find the pattern and backtest it. You find your edge, and that's it. You have a mechanical system. The rest is up to you, and it's always risk management. So we can talk about 200 different price action concepts, ICT, and who knows how many concepts. It's the same. It's just risk management. You can identify some patterns, just like you can combine a certain set of indicators and you jump in the market. But I think, by the way, if you have, and just a small add-on here, if you feel like you're struggling with the concepts or with anything related to a little bit more discretionary trades, if you feel like you're struggling with the emotion, I'm saying this for those who are new, maybe it's better to start with the very simple mechanical system. But again, if you're using a mechanical system, you have to be very precise on your risk management. So start off with a mechanical system, a very simple one, and with good risk management, and do it for a couple of months at least.
I would agree with that. You got to find out stuff about your system. Like maybe there's a setup that's like 825 right before CPI, and you tell yourself to trade between 8 to 11. Well, the discretionary part about that is to, not take that setup. You'll probably find, right, because it's you have CPI in 5 minutes, right? So it's just little things that you'll notice. Or maybe it doesn't do well on Fridays. Like me, one thing I noticed outside last Friday, last Friday was a banger day, but I just don't do that well on Fridays. I don't know what it is. Like, it just the market just tends to, just get me a little bit. So and I give back a little profit. So I still trade them. I just don't trade as much. I don't risk as much. And I probably just give myself very, very strict on like 2 setups. I'm done. So yeah, that's one thing I'd recommend.
Congratulations to Shadow. Shadow, you won the $150,000 scale eval from MyFundedFutures. Congratulations.
Let's go. Congrats.
Oh,
Abhishek picked today.
So the scale, you can still have the add-on too, right?
I'm not sure. Well, with the special ones that we're giving away. Good question.
I don't know.
I wasn't talking about the ones we're giving away. I was just talking about in general.
Oh, the general, yeah, you can. I think you can still have the flex add-on. I'm not sure if it works with the giveaway accounts, but that's a different thing. But yeah.
Ooh, looks like the 15-minute orb isn't working. Let's see what happens. Oof, I don't like it.
It looks interesting. Let's just say that. It looks that one.
I don't like this.
I like the way you're smiling about it, because I think it's so cool, because it's all fun, because it's Friday,
Yes, and it's the big picture. It's the big picture, right? This is in the account that I was just telling you guys about, that I'm up over 4K on.
Guys,
like this is sim funded. Like it's the big picture though. It's not just one trade. It's a gazillion trades, and it's I'd say. I think a lot of traders, including myself at times, like we get so caught up in just like one trade. Yes. And really it's one out of thousands.
Oh yeah. Thousands minimum. And by the way, let's not forget that Terry is making thousands of dollars daily now. Yeah. So basically, one single micro challenge trade here, that's just, that's nothing. So that's just that.
Exactly. I did see a great question from Koa. Koa asked, if you end the day, you're starting the day, you're green, how do you feel satisfied with the amount of money you've made and not overtrade?
Well, let me get this question again. So how would you,
Yeah, so it sounds like she might sometimes struggle with when you're green on the day and feeling like you want to keep making more. Mm-hmm. How do you change your psychology to feel like satisfied with how much you made? And not overtrade.
There's so many questions needs to be answered before answering to a question like this.
I'm in the same boat there.
Yeah. So it depends on your financial situation, depends on your emotional state currently, like how are you doing in your real life, friends, family, spouse, kids, parents, whatever is going on in your life, financially, emotionally. Do you have another job or business to run? Do you need the money right now, or you don't really need the money? Do you have savings? Do you have anything? Do you have more money being spared? How long can you live off from your savings? So there's multiple questions that needs to be answered. Only you don't know the answer, and we don't want to know that. Obviously, it's your thing. So there's no simple answer. If you are struggling you want to move on to get more money, it feels like you might need more money. So I don't know. It's not a simple answer. I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
so
I feel like question kind of being like, I'd ask yourself, why didn't you make, like, I think your system should allow you to make what you want to make and then be comfortable losing a day too. So, so for me, if I take a trade, like that's it for me, you know what I mean? Unless, like, even if I lose the first one, and then the second one, I make back the money plus, or maybe I just get back to break even, that I'm done right there. So I think ask yourself why do you even feel like, why didn't your system allow for that to happen? You know what I mean? Why didn't you make what you should make? I think a lot of times too, the problem is they don't have like any sort of results to go off of in the past. Like, okay, like if this hits 2R, like so I have an A setup, a B setup. I risk 500 on an A setup. I risk 250 on a B setup. And I make, I take a B setup and I make $500. Like that's for me, that I'm done. You know what I mean? I feel like most people, they're just shooting for, money, right? They're not really shooting for setups. So I think you just don't have enough. I think you just don't have enough info about not just your trading system, but yourself.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, like you just don't have enough data.
Mm-hmm. Like I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I took a loss, and then the second trade on the B setup, and then I took an A setup, and I made back that loss. So like I only made I think 500, I think 500 per account when I could have made like 1,000 or 1,250, but like the system gave me 2 setups. And one of them I risked this much, and the other one I risked that much. So I just don't think you have enough info.
Yeah. To see like
I will say if the first trade's green, I think you're better off to just be done, no matter what the P&L is. Because you're like I always talk about this X and Y axis chart, right? Number of trades and the screen time, right? You need to find that perfect blend where they hit, because the more screen time you have and the more trades you have, that you start to go into uncharted territory in terms of your decision making.
Yeah.
Over trading is like, gross. It feels so gross, right? Like when we overtrade.
If I overtrade and I'm here till like 2:00, like trading, which doesn't happen, and I don't like when it happens. It just ruins my day. I have a headache. I'm looking at the charts too much, and it's just like, meh.
Yeah, me too. I just feel emotionally like drained.
Oh yeah, it can cause that. Trading is like that. And so if you feel like you need to keep pushing after a certain amount of profit and you still feel like you need more, I just wanted to add this, like try not to. I mean, if you already made some profits, you got to see the big picture, basically. So
big picture, having that in mind too is pretty big. Like, let's just say, I always tell my students this, because they obviously there's a lot of prop firms going around right now. So I think I told the story before. Like he works at a bank. He trades while he works. Because I think he's like a little branch manager. So like the first 2 hours after like the 8 a.m. meeting, like he's kind of free. He can kind of do whatever. He trades like the higher time frames, like the hourly, and then like he'll drop down to a 5-minute for an entry. But I'm like, hey man, like you make 80 grand a year at your job, 75, 80 grand a year. Like just you don't need to. Like you don't need to get payout every single week or month or whatever. Like especially with all these accounts, like if you get 4 payouts and with 5 accounts with MyFundedFutures, each one's like 5K, right? That's like 25,000 right there. You do that 4 times a year, that's 100 grand, man. Like that's like it's just the power of scale and taking it slow.
Yeah, there's your big picture stuff there.
Short-sighted,
Yeah. So that's big picture, and that's why having the goals intact matters a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
So at 9:40, that 10 o'clock news, orange folder is about to hit. I'm still looking for a move up into this 4-hour gap, and then from there, I'll make a decision based off of if we get to some displacement lower. As of right now, if you look at the 5-minute, you're not missing much if you haven't taken a trade. It's just running lows and highs, a lot like how it was yesterday, and then it just died. So I would, in order to short though, for me, I would want to see price come up into this. Up into this this area here, 24,401, and then on ES 66.16. But yeah, that's it. Do it for me. I'll see y'all back here for Monday. Hopefully, we get some. We'll have some Black Friday sales going on or getting close to it. So
let's hope.
Talk about.
Yes. Thank you, Nick. We will see you on Monday.
Have an awesome weekend. See you.
Take it easy.
Let's welcome Diego to the show. Diego.
How's it going?
Welcome. Hello.
On there.
Good.
Wow.
How are you?
Weird. I'm good. I haven't streamed on YouTube in a long time, like over a year.
It's so good to see you here, man. You know, it's, you know, I checked your socials. Amazing job you're doing there. And we can't wait to tell everything about your journey. How's it going? How's your day so far, by the way?
My day was good. It was a little bit hectic. I mean, not really hectic because losing's part of it, but I took a loss and I took a win that covered the loss. But I was kept trying to go long, and then the second time worked. So not that losing's that big of a deal, but I still am in the mindset where I lose, I start freaking out a little bit. So it kind of just put me in a little bit of fight or flight, but controlled it and then had a good day still, but did reverse off my take profit, which was 24.9 or 24.292. Really reversed off there. So I'm glad I didn't try and hold anything past. But yeah, so the morning started good. I was told I had to put on a shirt for the live stream. I normally don't wear shirts. Florida.
Where are you? In Florida?
I'm in Florida, yeah. So normally I'm just in board shorts and no shirt. 99% of the time you see the surfboards back there. But
awesome.
We have to move there, Tom. This sounds like super fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's nice. I think Florida, I mean, I was lucky to be born in Florida, but I think Florida is like the best state to be in.
Yeah. So share with us a little bit more about your trading journey. Like, how did you get into trading?
So I started trading I was in school. I always played soccer growing up. I love playing soccer, and I was never really like sold on going to college. I didn't really want to go to college because I'm not one of the people that likes to just hate on going to school. Like I really think that's good to go to school. I just didn't have any like personal drive to be in college, but I went just to play soccer. And I had a lot of issues with, I got really sick with, I don't know if you can even say it now. I know like a few years ago it used to get like demonetized on YouTube, but I got sick with something that was going around, and then it really messed up my like cardiovascular system like really bad. So I couldn't really perform the same way. I was far from home. So I was like, you know what, I want to move home. So I moved back in with my parents, which I'm at currently. This is my parents' garage. I moved back in with my parents because I just didn't really want to be in school anyways. And if I couldn't really play soccer, I was like, you know what, like I'm not going to be in school anyway. So I moved back with no real plan. And my dad had been trading futures at the time. He is the one that got me into it. So he started trading. He would trade all through his life. He just enjoyed trading. He inherently lost a lot of money. I think he might, not want me saying that, but he lost a lot of money whenever he was trying to trade options and whatever throughout, just trading, because also too, when he was trading, there was never prop firms. So I put him onto prop firms whenever I started trading. I found out about it, and it's kind of weird how it's evolved so quickly. How now everybody trades prop firms. Where it used to be like, I mean, you're seeing people go from live accounts to prop firms, which is kind of interesting. But he was trading, and I saw him. He was trading with his own money, which he shouldn't have been since he was really new at trading futures. But I saw him make $1,000 in a day, and that really like blew my mind. And it was real money. I mean, obviously he was actually surprisingly kind of break even. He didn't really actually lose too much of his account when he was trading futures, but he was trading minis. He wasn't trading micros. I don't know. So I've always been really risk on. So I think that's where I get a lot of that. Yeah, he just jumped out of the gate, wanted to risk it all, I guess. But so yeah, that's kind of, I saw him trading one morning because I was back in school for the break. I was on Christmas break, and I was just sitting there, and I just thought it was cool seeing him trade. I didn't know anything about it. It was like a foreign language, and just seeing him. I mean, I was sitting there. I think I always say a lot of my trading problems came from how I got introduced, and it was a really high stress environment because you shouldn't be trading your own live account with minis when you're new to learning how to trade. So we were both sitting there. I didn't know anything that's going on. I'm sitting there watching the numbers. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm just sitting there kind of like scared, but I have no idea what's going on. So it's like I can't advise anything. So then he's sitting there, and then he closed the trade, and like we're both kind of shaking, and it's like just a very stressful environment. So now I think that it took a while for me to lose that fear of losing money, because it was a very big fear to lose. You could lose $1,000 of real money. So but yeah, so I saw him trading, saw how quickly you can make a lot of money, which I think is a lot of people get into it because of the quick money. And I saw, which is wow, like I didn't know what I wanted to do. I wasn't really wanting to go back to school. And I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll do like real estate or something, just like some typical whatever else is out there besides just getting a traditional job. Which again, I don't advocate people to just drop out of school. Like I dropped out of school before trading. Like it wasn't that I started trading, was like, oh, I'm going to drop out of school. I left school anyways. But my sister, she went to school. She has a great degree. She has a great job. Like, there's really a lot of benefit in going to school. I don't know. It wasn't really something I wanted to do. And then after that, I didn't start trading right away. I went back to my spring semester, and then I kept thinking about it. And then I was like, you know what, maybe I could just start watching some videos. So he just sent me some basic videos. I can't even remember who it was, but just learning some basic concepts. And then in the summer, I never really officially dropped out, I guess. I just never signed back up for classes. So in the summer, I started watching the chart every single morning with the delayed data on TradingView, just sitting there watching the candles print, watching people trade, and really just couldn't. I mean, I do not envy people starting out. I mean, I'm not like a master by any means, but I do not envy when I had no knowledge of what I was doing, because I would just show up every day and just like try and take bits and pieces from different people's trading and try and piece it together. And slowly but surely just stuck with it. And I think that's like the biggest thing, is just like sticking with it. Like, I really knew, like, when I started, after that first month of really looking at the charts and really doing it and journaling and trying to learn, I really realized, like, okay, like, I don't mind putting a ton of work into this and trying to do it. So that's kind of how I got started, for the long story of it.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds similar to my story of how I learned too. It's just like learning, picking pieces of different things and putting it all together. It's the harder way of learning, and I think in some ways, because the learning curve can feel longer. Yeah.
I mean, I trade ICT concepts as well. Do you guys trade ICT? Or
sometimes.
Tom does. Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes I do. Yeah.
But I think I really just got attached to the idea, because my dad was trading like he was trading with like delta tick divergence and just with the expected moves based on like options strike or options pricing and stuff like he was trading a whole different thing that seemed really complicated. So I saw these kids trading like ICT and just on the chart, and I was like, okay, if these guys are trading just off a chart, like, that seems the most convenient to me. So that's how I kind of picked a style. But I do think that when you're doing that and it's just because really what it comes down to is discretion. I never say here think that there's some master algorithm like a lot of ICT traders. And I'm not going to say that's not true or is true, but I don't really subscribe to that notion as much. I'm just more of, what do I see happen all the time, and try and get as good as that as possible. And I think that starting out, though, when you're trading what's called strategy that is purely discretional, it takes like almost a longer learning curve. You get to filter through a lot of stuff that doesn't really help you. And a lot of people are like very different types of traders. Like, I'm a really scalpy ICT trader. A lot of people try and hit big moves, catch like the whole range. I'm like, I like 25 points and one trade a day. Like, I'm not really trying to get too involved with 100.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think everybody would like to know at this point, like, how many trades would you take on any given day, like under normal conditions? Because that's actually great that you're taking scalp trades. So I'm just personally curious too, like how many that would be on any given day, average.
Yeah. So I like to try and aim for no more than 2. Obviously, I have a lot of days where I just, you look at down the barrel of 30 trades and you're wondering what happened. But so for today, you guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So today I went, I had like a simple game plan for today. I wanted to see us drop lower into this zone, which is just a fair value gap on the 30-minute. And I really wanted to see us kind of push higher, just because I'm not really convinced on this drop. I'm not sure. Like, if we really start tanking today, I mean, that's pretty bearish. And I just anticipating that we're not going to have that bearish of a weekly close. So kind of going into the day, I'm like looking for longs, and I really like this morning setting up just these highs off open and then leaving this high. So when we drop down here, the ES had dropped into this underneath this low, NQ didn't. So it's like a divergence. So this was my original trade. I got in, I didn't wait for the inversion. I got in with the momentum here. I got in, was going to go break even, take profit around these highs. It reversed on me, took a small loss. And then there it's like, I like to limit it to 2, because I found that I can really my one trade is the ideal, but a lot of times you miss out on a second trade. But I found, I saw the statistic, I don't know how true it is, but it's that when you're angry, your decision making, your cognitive ability goes down like 70% or something. So I get angry when I trade, not like, throwing things or breaking things, but like a subconscious, like a response. I get angry when I lose. So then I know scientifically, if I lose, I'm already going to make worse decisions. So if there's a second trade and it loses again, I'm definitely going to be angry at that point. So then I need to just call it in a perfect world. I need to just call it a day, because there's many times where the third trade might help you, but most of the time it's going to hurt me at least. And then I'd just rather come back the next day when I can see it better with a clear head, because after you step away, I mean, you go outside, take my dog outside and just take a second. I'm really not that frustrated with the day. Typically, if it's one losing day or one loss or two losses, but it's a lot harder to come back from a day where you blow an account or lose 5 trades in a row because you just couldn't step away. That's a lot harder to come back the next day and not care than if you just take one loss. So, but yeah, so then I just re-entered around here when we started displacing through this gap after coming out of this zone, and then just took profit the highs. And that's the one thing some people I always say everyone has different problems with trading. For me, it's like, I have zero problem. If I take a win, I have zero problem stepping away. Like I'm cool. I'm not trying to get back in. Some people love to just keep going. So I always say people have different problems. Like for me, I have no problem stepping away on a winning day, but I have a problem stepping away on a losing day. Whereas some people might be really good at stepping away losing, but they love to just keep winning, and then they give back profits. So it's never one issue for every trader. I find that's always like very personal to your own like mindset.
That's actually a winning skill. Stepping away at the right time makes you a winner. That's absolutely great. I love that. Yeah.
It's so insightful. Like, we have to know ourselves the best, because no one is like us, and our psychology, and with trading, that's such a great point. Knowing what triggers you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, knowing your weakest point. And also, like, as you said, you like, you trade ICT concepts. Is there any particular concept that is the core of your entry model? Like, for example, the order blocks, the 2022 model, or a proportion block, or fair value gaps, or the SMT, whatever. I don't know. Is there anything specific that is basically the core of your trading model that you always use, or you just kind of, use everything what you can?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I have three when I really break it down. The main one that if someone that watched me would say, oh, he trades IFEGs mainly, which I do. But that's it's just been the easiest way to confirm entries, at least that I found for myself, that worked with me. Like, some people love different types of entries, and it's interesting too, because you get so focused on your entry and you see someone else. It's like, sometimes I'll see somebody else trade. I'm like, how on earth did they find that to be their entry? Like, I would have waited for this, and this. Like, I can't understand it, but you have to realize that, like, with the way I see something, the same way I see something, I'm like, that's a light bulb. Like, that's something that I love. Somebody could look at my same trade and be like, I can't believe he would ever want to enter the market there, because that just doesn't make sense. So I mainly use inversion for value gaps, SMT a lot, but I wouldn't really say that's like, I don't need it, but it's more of just to frame my ideas, and then really just the draw and liquidity. So where I think the market's going to go, I think if you have those 3 things, you're fine. Like, obviously I use fair value gaps as like key zones. Like, this 30-minute was an area, but I don't know if I say I trade them. I don't like trade fair value gaps, but I'm not looking to enter trades until it hits a certain level. So I guess it's like a key. I use fair value gaps as a key level. Like, I really expected, I mean, right now market's kind of doing its thing. I wouldn't be surprised if 11 starts pushing higher. But I really expected this 4-hour and 1-hour gap to kind of get traded to. So I kind of look at them as key levels. And then I use SMT as coming to the morning. Like, I know I don't have YM up right now, but YM has SMT at these lows. So that kind of also kind of tipped its hand to say, like, okay, maybe we might push up to finish Friday, but not 100% sure, because the market's pretty choppy right now. And if I hadn't traded, I'd probably be a little bit careful trading choppier conditions. So that's also another thing too. It's not even really a concept, but knowing which days and which conditions are like more suitable for what I like to do, because it's so easy to, and I'm not like the biggest back tester, but I've noticed when I do back test every once in a while, I'll go on winning streaks throughout. I'll do one trade, and then I'll get on one day where it's chopping you up, and you'll sit on the back test, and it's like you lose 5 trades that day because you're like so confident that's got to go somewhere. But then some days the market just doesn't go anywhere, and you got to know. That's why I think limiting yourself to a certain loss amount or a certain amount of trades is good, because some days just don't move the right way or don't move the way you want it to. And that can be frustrating.
And by the way, I also wanted to ask you, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but I have so many questions. It's amazing that you're young and doing all this and you're making profits. And I wanted to ask you right at the get-go, like, when was that light bulb moment, or how much time did it take for you to have that aha moment, that light bulb moment? Like, okay, that's the point when you started to finally generate constant results from the market. So how much time did it take for you? What do you think was the biggest struggle getting through that particular aha moment? Maybe it was not just one particular moment, maybe it was a few weeks or a few months, but could you give us a time frame? Like, because obviously we have lots of new traders, young people as well, and they want to know how much time they need to achieve their goals. And it's just amazing that you all know all this and you're making all these profits.
Yeah. Well, I haven't really knocked out of the park like crazy. I actually have made more money than I've spent on prop firms, which is the only things I've traded. I've not traded a live account. So I've technically made profit, but I'm very open with what I earn. And I've only made about $4,500. I'm close to getting another payout, so that'll put me about 5,000. So I haven't really, I'm not like some, I'm not ultra wealthy. And
it doesn't. It's not about that. It's not about just the P&L. It's the thing that you realized finally what you need to do. Like, finally, you managed to turn that thing around. Like, okay, I see it now. I know what I'm going to do. I know what is the setup that I'm going to chase from now. And so, sorry, maybe I explained it the wrong term. So not about the P&L, but
for people watching, I don't want anyone to get the wrong
Sorry,
no, it's all good. But yeah, so the thing that really kind of stuck to me, and again, like, I'm still trying, like, there's days where I'll still doubt myself every once in a while. I'll have like a day where I'll break all my rules. I'm like, how can I break my rules? And the biggest thing I like to just say is kind of just, you have to have trust in the overall mission or goal of what you're doing. And then also kind of give yourself grace when you do lose, because a big thing I need to always try and remind myself is that, like for example, if you lose a trade, like let's say you need one more winning day or X amount of dollars to get a payout, you're there in the last day and you go and you take a trade and you lose. Immediately your brain starts thinking, even if you're not conscious of it, you start thinking, oh, that's another 2 days now, because then another day we'll probably make back this, and then another day to get profit, and then the third day to get to the goal. And it's like, so now you're thinking about 3 more days instead of, I took a loss, where's the next setup? So that's like a big thing. Kind of give yourself grace when you do lose, when you do have a bad day, because a lot of things, and where you kind of got for me, the light bulb moment wasn't really a moment, but it was more of just like frustration after. I mean, it took me a year and a half. I've been trading for almost over 2.5 years. Over 2.5. December will be like 2.5. It took me a year and a half to pass my first challenge phase of a prop firm. It took me a year and a half, which is way more than like a lot of people. But I think a big thing that I'll do in anything in life is just, I have like an unwavering belief in myself. So even though I would see people that started way after me get payouts and pass accounts and make a lot of money and do all these things before me, I was like, man, like, it definitely would bother me. But I always say this, I always have a saying that is like, me worrying about anyone else isn't going to put money in my pocket. So if I'm worried about somebody else doing something better quicker than me, then it's not going to really matter at the end of the day. It's just unnecessary. And also, like, if it takes you 5 years, but you started in 2020, you're going to be profitable now. But if it took somebody 1 year, but they start in 2030, you're going to be ahead of them. So it doesn't really matter if it takes someone a year or 5 years or 10 years. You just have to worry about what you're doing and showing up for yourself. So the biggest like aha moment for me was really just seeing that. I looked through my journal, and it took me a year and a half to pass my first challenge and get funded. And then it took me 2 years to get my first payout. So it took me another 5 months or 6 months to even get paid out from the market. And I was like, wow, like, I would look back and I felt like I was a good trader in my journal. I felt like I could read the markets well. I felt like I felt like I knew more than what I was getting from the market. And I would just look through my journal and I would see like, okay, if I only took my first setup of the day, or if I started cutting out these setups, if I started doing this, I was like, man, I'm really doing well. Like, I wouldn't go into the market and look at what was the best thing. I would look at what were the trades I took, because a lot of the issue became between the first trade of the day and the 5th trade of the day. And there was some discrepancy. And it was like, okay, if I could just eliminate some of these losses, if I could just, and I remember specifically, I looked back and I went through and I looked back at my first trade of the day, because I was a chronic, just 4 or 5 trades. I was taking anything that looked like a setup. And I look back, I was like, man, if I just took one trade, the trade I actually took, and that wasn't any like hindsight, what was the best trade? Like I didn't go into the market now and be like, okay, I could have entered here because we took this high. Like I went only trades I actually took. And I looked and I was like, man, my first trade, yes, sometimes it loses, sometimes it wins, but my first trade, I'll be passing accounts way more consistently. I'll be getting payouts way more consistently. And I was like, man, these are trades nice. I actually took. These are trades I entered. It's not any hindsight. It's not any, I could have done this, could have done that. These are trades I took. If I just stopped after one, I would have a lot more success. So then I tried it because I really had a horrible time in March of this year. My channel started growing a lot because I was losing a lot of accounts, losing a lot of money. So my channel started doing well. But it was like, I'm trying to become a trader. Like the $400 of ad revenue I was making on YouTube a month wasn't going to cut it. Like, you know, like my views were up, my subscribers were growing, which was cool. And I've always like loved social media. I did social media in high school for fitness. I always wanted to grow social media accounts, but I was like, okay, this isn't going to, like I always say, it's not going to put money in my pocket. If I don't make money trading, I'm not going to really grow. So I was like, okay, my back was against the wall with just blowing accounts, losing money, not getting anywhere, really frustrated myself. So I was like, okay, I see that this is working. I tried one trade a day in June 18. I started one trade a day and I stuck to it all the way through the end of June, all of July, and then a little bit August. And I got my first payout doing that. And I brought an account that was $1,500 in drawdown. It was like $200 away from being blown. And I was like, okay, this account's going to be blown, but let me try the one trade. So I tried one trade. And honestly, like it really changed everything. And I always say too, you kind of have to get lucky when you follow your rules. You almost have to get lucky that it works for you, because then you realize how important it is. Because I went on a really good win streak. Then I had a few losses, stopped for the day, came back, made it back the next day. So because I followed my rules, it allowed me to see it work. But because I also got lucky, because sometimes, you know, the variance of trades isn't going to work out. So sometimes you're going to follow your rules. It's going to do worse for you and you're going to be even more frustrated. So I got kind of lucky that I got to see the proof. I got to follow my plan, follow a system, and then get paid out from it, have the best results. I brought an account that was $1,500 in drawdown to get a $1,000 payout. I then took another account and get $1,000 or get a few $100 payout. So I got to see it actually work. And it wasn't like I just hit a Hail Mary on the trade and made it all back and kind of just, you know, swept on the rug. The stats were pretty unbelievable. I traded for over a month. I had like 40 trading days. I was trading 1 and 2 micros. I made like 50 to 150 a day. I was like slowly climbing out of drawdown. And I realized too that like, so it was working. And then that kind of showed me, okay, this is all mental. This is a really mental battle. It's about showing up and doing what you say you're going to do. Because my biggest thing was I was always afraid to try and stick to my rules and then it not work, because then I would have to address the fact that I wasn't a good trader. So the fact that my rules did work and it worked for me, it made me realize, okay, maybe the problem isn't going to be my trading. Maybe it is actually just the psychology. So I started just being more consistent there. And I started running into problems again once you start making money trading, start trying to scale up, start running into more issues. And I always say it's kind of like walking upstairs. You get to a new level, but if you slide your foot forwards and you don't improve, you're going to hit a wall, and then you got to lift yourself up again and go to the next step. So there's always like new levels, I feel like, in trading. Like it's crazy. Yeah. I'm doing things now with my trading with YouTube that I would have been like, no way, I can't do that a year ago. But each day it feels normal, and it's just got to stay normal. You got to keep yourself just focused. And also I just got to keep myself kind of just not humble in terms of like in like a ego way, but more humble is like, okay, things are going well, but you got to keep learning, keep improving. You don't know everything. The market changes. You got to just keep staying focused on the process. So the long story, I really talk a lot. So
No, Diego, listen, I could listen to you all day. I just wrote to the chat. I love the energy. Guys who are new, this is such an inspiring energy and journey what Diego is sharing here, especially for new traders. This is amazing. And by the way, I am very thankful to you for sharing this. And please keep going on as much as you can, because I just enjoy listening to you. Listen, all these things that you shared is just so inspirational. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Yes, it truly is. Guess what, Diego?
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Guess what?
You get to give away a 150,000 scale eval from MyFundedFutures today. You get to pick the winner.
Say nice things to Diego.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Okay. When do I have to give that away by? today, like the end of the day?
Yeah. Within the next 4 minutes. Within the next
4
The
minutes.
pressure is rising, you know.
Someone in the chat. Okay, how do I pull up? I can't see the chat on this thing. I got to go on the YouTube, or how do I?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you pull up YouTube like on your phone or in a different tab, and then you can see it. W's for Diego. You're
Everybody's sending W's.
While I'm pulling this up, one thing I really like to stress though is that trading is, I mean, like I said, you start you run into new hurdles. Like for me, when I brought that account that was $1,500 in drawdown, I was really just, I'm trying to do two things. I'm really not good at, okay, here I have the thing. Okay. So
I'm the same
when
way.
you're trading, when I was in 1,500 drawdown and I committed to one trade a day and follow my rules, I was like, okay, like I'm not gonna, like I didn't care about it. I would take a loss. It didn't matter because I wasn't close to a payout. I wasn't close to making money. It didn't really matter. But literally the second I got to, I was eligible for my first payout. I had all the requirements. I was like, man, then it started getting stressful again. I was like, what happened? Like, why am I trading worse now just because of it? So you have to like identify that your brain's going to play tricks on you. And that's the thing that people don't, that you can't teach someone. You can't teach someone a strategy. Like you can teach a strategy, but you can't teach someone how to accept that sometimes psychology is an experience issue as well. It's like some people are really good at risk where they can go in and they can risk a lot of money and they can go from $0 a month to $25,000 in their first month. I was never going to be someone that could do it. Like when I get eligible for a payout, I would draw the money. I like, that's how I am right now. And everyone's in a different spot. Some people have a lot more money to play with. Some people have a lot less money to play with. Some people have families to feed. Some people don't. Like you don't look at other people's situations and wonder why you're not in that spot because you have your own entire different situation. Like I live in my parents' house and I pay for, barely anything because I live at home. So it's like, that's a lot different situation than somebody that's working a job that has 3 kids and trying to make it work. So I feel like you just can't, that's something that people don't harp on. They think they try and act like it's, you have all the control in the world over your circumstance that you can just do this, this, and this, and it worked for them. It's going to work for you. Sometimes you have to figure out your own lane of what works for you and what kind of gives you the best approach, because some people can't afford to, blow 10 accounts in a month. Some people can only afford to blow 1 account a month. So you have to just really be conscious of where you're at and what's holding you back, because it's all mental and everyone's in a different spot. Like I always relate it to poker. I think that like if you have a bankroll of $1,000, you shouldn't go buy into $1,000 poker tournament because even if you're a great poker player and you know everything, that's all your bankroll. Just the same way if you have $1,000 in your bank account, maybe you don't need to get 5 or 10 accounts and copy trade them because you can't really afford to lose it. You don't want to put your whole buy-in in one account, but you can go and play the small stakes of like 1 account, or you can play the 1-2 table of poker. So that's like what I'll leave it with here and pick someone. Let's see if I recognize any names in here from my YouTube.
Yeah.
Great analogy.
So we got to pick. If I pick someone in the chat, how do they win it?
If you just say the handle, pick the name, and then if you can capture the name, copy, paste it over in Streamlabs, or just tell us, we can find it too. Everyone, make sure you go and subscribe to Diego's YouTube channel. Abhishek or MyFundedFutures did pin it up. Did pin it on the top of chat.
Okay. This is a lot of pressure now. This is a lot of pressure to pick. I'm just going to scroll and whatever my finger lands on, that's what I'm going to do.
All right.
Okay. It landed on Amy Davis. I'll take a screenshot. So I scrolled and I landed on, I might not be able to see it. I'll send a screenshot to whoever I need to.
Congratulations, Amy. You won
randomly. I didn't pick favorites, so I scrolled randomly and selected.
Perfect.
Sweet. Yes. The MyFundedFutures did catch it, Diego. So we got it.
Okay, they got it. All right, perfect. Yeah. So Thank you guys for having me on. It was cool.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
We can't wait to hear more updates from you and have you back on. Like, this is fantastic.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And then I got to hit one of these buttons here. Stop.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Bye, Diego. Thanks again. Bye. Is Ash in the house? Ash, are you here? Hey.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Oh, we lost Tom. Tom is like, I need to go get coffee. No.
Time for the weekend.
Oh, wait, he's back. He's back.
I'm still here. Okay, don't worry about me. I'm all right. I was actually, I was having such a great time listening to Diego. Such a great inspiration, awesome momentum there. I mean, I could listen to him all day. I mean, thank you again.
Oh, so
Yeah,
inspiring.
I definitely want to take a moment to say thank you to Diego as well. That was phenomenal. Great information. We would love to have you back because just pure value and transparency. And that's what we need in this business. So thank you for your time. And I wish I got to meet you. So maybe next time I'll get a conversation in with you.
Yeah. So how was your morning yesterday trading? How'd it go for you, Ash?
Well, I thought NVIDIA saved the market, and then come to find out, the blood is not over yet. They went and dumped this thing even lower.
I know. Good thing you cashed out on those calls.
Oh, yeah.
Booked your profits.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So that's a whole thing about holding things overnight too. Like, I've always found more success in day trading compared to long-term trading. Just earnings itself is a very risky thing to be dealing with. They came out with phenomenal earnings, and then the next day it dumps to new lows. So I just don't think that data really controls price action, right? Because they had phenomenal earnings, yet we're looking at potentially the worst week since March.
Oh,
exactly. And non-farm payrolls number was also very positive too.
Yeah.
It's like, you just don't know. Sometimes good news is good news. Sometimes good news is bad news. And we just
the reactions could be quite the opposite sometimes. So I just also wanted to ask you, Ash, like, do you expect anything for the rest of the morning or maybe a PM session, or do you think we're going to go sideways?
So this is just ugly. I mean, we've done a whole lot of nothing this entire morning. I don't know if you guys talked about OPEX, but options expiries, right? The third Friday of every month, that could explain some of this indecisiveness. So you have a lot of contracts expiring, causing the indecision. So I don't see anything clear in terms of something to risk on. I would need something to develop to even consider it at this moment. As of right now, it's just a slow bleed and it's very choppy. So it's hard to get into.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
There we go. I guess we got one of these before we send you guys off.
Good. I like it.
Tom.
Order lock 33. You're trying to confuse everybody. Order lock, everybody. Okay, let's just use that underscore. Order, what is there? Order something lock. 33.
You have to fill in the blank.
Order
I wonder
clock.
what that blank could be.
Maybe an order clock. Do I have an order clock somewhere? I don't know.
Fever's here to stay. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Tom and I have to take off, Ash. So sorry, but you're going to have an amazing stream.
I know. Good luck with everything, Ash. Have an amazing stream, amazing weekend to you and everybody here. This was such a great week. I want to thank you too, Terry. We had such a great time this week. So it was amazing.
We really did. Thank you, Tom. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ash.
Thanks, Ash.
Bye.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Happy Friday. Welcome back to another live stream. Chat, what did you think about Diego? That was a phenomenal segment. Some great perspective, some great value. Love to see other traders sharing their experience. It's just greatly appreciated. So once again, one more thank you for Diego. Throw a bunch of W's in chat for him. I really appreciate his time coming over here, sharing his experience. Very, very good information. Let's see who we have here today, and then we'll get into some of the information. Good morning, Jip Smith. Good morning, Melvin. Good morning, Thiago. Deck Q, good morning. Frenchy Trades, how are you doing today? Scoot, happy Friday. No Luck, Pure Skill, how are you? Smoke Trades, good morning. Martin, good morning. Trend is your friend. How are you doing today? Adam, good morning. Jenny, good morning. Raphael Trades, good morning. Donna, good morning. The Punisher, how are you? Jorge, is that Jorge or George? That one always confuses me. Good morning. The Juice Bag, good morning. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going? Happy Friday. We got one more day and then the weekend starts. So let's take a look. Let's hop into some of the information here. So we're starting to look at, as I just mentioned, our worst week since March. Okay. Lots of blood this week. You know, the data that's coming out is not helping. So it looks like, you know, people have enjoyed their 6 months of bullish price action, and now they're starting to take some profits. So very, very bloody week, to say the least. Like I said, potentially our worst week since March. For today, some things to consider is the options expiry. Okay. You got to understand that the third Friday of each month, that's when options contracts expire. You can find a lot of volatility. You can find a lot of indecisiveness within price action because of it. Okay. So very important to understand. That is probably why today's session started out very choppy. We're just now finally starting to get a move lower, but man, this New York Open was tough. This was tough, to say the least. Very, very tough. So what did you guys do with this? Did anybody catch any shorts? Did anybody catch any longs? What is options? An options contract, that is, you can buy options on stocks or even the indexes. So it's a form of leverage within the stock market. Okay. And we deal with NQ and ES, right? These are futures that follows the indexes. So when SPY or QQQ, right? Those are, let's head over here real quick. So here are the indexes within the stock market, right? When people are buying when people are buying options for SPY or QQQ, ES and NQ are going to see that same action because ES and NQ is the futures for SPY and QQQ. Okay. So it's a form of leverage within the stock market. That is a lot more leverage than dealing with futures. And there's a lot more that goes into that. So I'm not going to cover that now, but it's something that we need to consider, right? Because that explains all this choppiness this morning. All right. But in terms of today's action, I'm looking for the lows here. All right. So during my segment, we'll see if we can go take out a new low of day. That's what I'll be looking at for my segment. See if we can make a new low of day here. As I just mentioned, we're looking at potentially the worst week since March. So there's nothing showing that the blood is over yet. All right. So let's see if we can hit this new low of day here for both. Oh, and NQ is almost there already. So we're targeting the new low of day. Let's see if, right, we have some gaps in here as well. So potentially take it from a gap to new low of day. Right. So type 1 in chat if you're looking for lower prices. Type 2 in chat if you think we're going to reverse. So what do you think? This is what I'm currently looking at. So we'll take a look at something like this. If you were to try to take advantage of this continuation, I'd be looking at it from the gap to the low. So that's why I'm pointing to the gap. Just barely missed an entry there. ES probably has the same thing here. Yeah, so we'll look at this gap here. Targeting the low. Let's take a look at this here. See if we get some continuation lower. All right, so we can put it, we'll put the stop at the high of the candle that created the gap. Let's see if this creates any form of resistance there. Decent rejection right off the bat. See if it wants to continue to the low there now. So as we're waiting, as we're watching, any information you'd like to go over, feel free to throw it in chat. I do want to talk about a few things. We are going to start putting some long form content on the YouTube as well. So let me ask you a question, chat, real quick. What type of videos would you like to see on the YouTube channel? So, for example, what I was thinking was we can get a series going, right? A series about how to use MyFundedFutures. We can do an entire review of the platform, okay? How to create an account, how to start your first challenge, what to do, where the rules are, do a whole overlook of the platform. I was thinking about also doing account reviews, the best account at MyFundedFutures, the differences between the core and the scale account, doing different reviews about the different accounts. What do you guys think? What kind of videos would you want to see in terms of long form on the YouTube channel? We could also do trading strategies. We could do risk management strategies. We could do, what do you think? What type of long form videos would you want to see on the account, the YouTube channel? See what you guys are looking for. So we'll hop into some questions right after this. I just wanted to have a quick conversation about some of that long form content. What do you guys think? Trade recaps of live trades. That's a great idea. We could definitely do that. No form of rejection there. That would be a stop right there. Right? So they did not care about that FEG whatsoever. So does that mean we finally get a reversal? Let's see. ES is going to end up being the same. Yep. Both of them blew right through the gap. Right through the gap. Risk management, very good idea. We could definitely do risk management videos. How to use the accounts, that is a very good idea as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Everything about MyFundedFutures. Yeah, I do plan on doing an entire platform review, going over, how to set up an account, the rules for the accounts, comparisons between the accounts, what the best accounts are, the whole nine. We can go over the trading platforms, how to use the trading platforms, how to set up trades, how to set up copy trading. We can go through all of that information as well. What else? What else? Just a couple more before we head back over to the information or any questions about trading. Tax evasion, I definitely cannot do that. That is not an option. A video reviewing viewers' trades. So does that mean like a reaction video? Is that what you mean by that? Like one of you guys takes a trade and then I analyze it like that? Like suggestions on your trades? Is that what you're referring to? No, we're not. We're not doing tax evasion. That is a horrible idea. How to choose time frames? Yeah, so we could definitely do a bunch of technical analysis. We can do technical analysis. We can do risk management. We can do Geez, why can't I speak this morning? We can do psychology. How to make a matcha smoothie? Absolutely. First of all, let's just quick vote. Matcha or coffee? Which one are you going with for your caffeine in the morning? Matcha or coffee? Love to see you smile, Ash. Well, I'm happy to be here with you guys. I'm happy that it's Friday. Another chance to gain more conviction in our business. Just another day of learning and working. Very excited to be doing it. Everybody's picking coffee, huh? Okay. All right. Maybe some coffee reviews. All right. So thank you for the suggestions. We do already have a series that's coming up. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. Definitely look out for the series. Turn the notifications on or sub to the channel so you can be notified for it. But here comes some long form. On top of the long form, we also have a ton of shorts coming out. So we're trying to find ways to add more value, help with education and understanding of the platform. We're going to be rolling this out any day now. So turn the notifications on. Be ready. You'll see it on the YouTube channel. All right. So now let's take a look. See what we got for today's action. As I was explaining with Terry and Tom on the segment there, very choppy morning, to say the least. Very choppy morning. The options expiry can definitely be a reason why. Okay. So it doesn't really look like we've had a real direction so far. We did get a small bleed here, but let's see if we continue the bleed, right? So trying to come back into that range here from the morning session. We do have some equal highs up here as well. This does look like a consolidation profile. So it looks like it might be a rangy type of day. So what do you guys think? It didn't go for the new low of day. So does that mean it's going for the equal highs? Is that what's next? Good morning, Ash. Good morning to you too. How's everybody's week going? My week is going great. Thanks for asking. How's your week going? Today's your birthday. Congratulations. Happy birthday, Dario. Hope you enjoy your day. All right, so chat, was that actually an inversion? Is that what we should be looking at here? Right? So that same gap, but now we're on the 3-minute. Is this an inversion? Where are the inversion traders at? Is this what we should have been looking at here? An inversion back to the equal highs? What do you guys think? Was this the play instead of the short? just secured another $800 payout. 3 out of 5 payouts. Let's go. Let's go. Let's throw a W in chat for them. Nothing feels better than a payout on a Friday. Let's go. You forcing setups right now? No, you can see that. Oh, maybe you can't see. But when I take a trade, you'll be able to see it on the screen, right? So if you don't see the P&L fluctuating, then it's pretty clear. All right, like who remembers the stream on Tuesday with Tanya? We had a nice short setup that played out perfectly. That was a beautiful trade there. You can watch it all live in real time. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. But let's see, is this going to be an inversion? Will this be the inversion to send us back to the equal highs? So it looks like NQ already tapped into the inversion there. Or do they run through the inversion as well? Wouldn't Sirius Ash wait for an external range to be purged before engaging? So Sirius Ash made his money this week, and that's why we're just sitting here looking at different trades. Right, so I had a beautiful long on NVIDIA. I made about 5K. I think that was Wednesday morning. And then I also had a beautiful short during the PM session with Tanya. So in terms of risk, right, I look to take 1 to 2 trades per week. So I'm at that risk limit. Ash, when you were working at your day job, did you balance trading during your working day? Yes, I did. So fortunately enough, it was a remote position. Okay, so I was able to work on my trading business in between the downtimes of the work that I had to do for my full-time job. Yeah, so I do definitely contribute the remote position to the main reason why I was able to develop the trading business. Right? If I had a in-person, labor-intensive, hands-on job, then I might not be able to even look at the market. Right? So there's a huge difference there. Decent bounce there on NQ. Looks like that already provided about, wow, 80 points. Wow, you could be done. That's a beautiful Friday. If you took the inversion right there, 80 points. Wow, that's gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's it. That's it right there. Now I'm an inversion trader. I'm changing the entire model and I'm becoming an inversion trader. All because of this trade right here. Hi, Ash. I saw your post about earning annual dividends. Yeah, so I have dividend accounts. I have growth accounts. I have crypto accounts. I have my prop firm accounts. I'm a huge believer in diversification. I highly suggest everybody else diversifies. It is a form of risk management. Okay. I'm not going to focus on dividends here at this moment. We are a futures day trading platform. So I do want to focus on that at the moment. But if you'd like to contact me on social medias, then we could talk about that outside of the stream. Ash has almost the whole watch list. What watch list? Are we talking about the stocks? Are we talking about, got all the stocks over here? Got all the futures over here. I don't have gold on here. I don't have silver on here. The currencies have futures as well. How to invest in dividends? I'm not going to dive deep into that conversation here. Like I just said, this is a futures day trading platform. So if you want to contact me about dividends, we can do that outside of the stream. But just a quick explanation. All you do is buy and hold stocks that have dividends. All right, that's how you collect a dividend. Just a very quick explanation of it. I really enjoyed the book suggestions. The Best Loser Wins. Yeah, I mean, The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard is absolutely phenomenal. Any other suggestions? Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Those are phenomenal books as well. Will Tanya join us? Tanya joins us. She joins us on Tuesday evenings. So 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. on Tuesdays. So yes, this coming week on Tuesday, we will get another segment with Tanya. Me and Tanya crushed shorts during that PM session. Was not an easy one, though. Was not an easy one. Ash, there's no Black Friday discount. I would disagree with that. There's currently a discount right now. Let me pull it up real quick again. So let's take a look. So they did start the Black Friday sale early. It is the Pro account. It's 20% off the Pro account. 1 day to pass. There's no consistency rule. There's no daily loss limit. Okay. That's for the 50K Pro account. Definitely check that out. They do have that discount going already. All right, so chat, I am going to do a giveaway during my segment as well. I will be doing a giveaway for a 150K scale account today. And it's Friday, so let's have some fun. How should we do this giveaway? Let's see if we can find a fun way to do this giveaway. Let's see if we can find a fun way to do this giveaway. Let's see if we can have, should we do it? I've been doing the trivia questions, and I've been doing the trivia questions about myself. Do we do another trivia question? Do we do another trivia question? Half are saying no, half are saying yes. All right, how about this? How about this? It won't be about me, but we will do a question. All right, this is what we'll do. This is what we'll do right here. Ready? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's see what we can do here. What shall we do here? Trying to make it fun. So let's see. Maybe we should do it random. Randomize it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Maybe instead of questions, it'll still be fun, but how about this? At some point before the end of my segment, I will put a comment into chat, and whoever is above my comment will get the giveaway. How does that sound? So within the next, I only got basically 25 minutes left. Within the next 25 minutes, I'm going to go into chat and write a comment. Whoever is the individual that is directly above my comment will get the giveaway. And no, you're not going to be able to see my keyboard or my hands. So you can't even see if I'm typing. How about that? What do you think? Yes or no? Should we do it that way? All right. Decent amount of yeses. Decent amount of yeses. All right, we got to pull. I'm getting a new tab open here so I can write into chat. Let's take a look. All right, I'm pulling up chat on my other screen here. That way I can type into it as well. Whoops. All right, let's take a look. All right. We have chat open now. Now I'm going to be able to type in the chat. All right. Once again, anybody that just joined, we're doing a giveaway. We're doing a giveaway for a 150K scale account. The way that we are doing it is I'm going to type in the chat in the next 10 or 15 minutes or 1 minute or 5 minutes. Before the end of my segment, I'm going to type in the chat, and whoever is right above my comment will win. All right? All right, ready? I'm going to type in the chat right now. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's coming soon, though. Doesn't look like the inversion's getting any support anymore. So maybe those people that were looking for new low day are going to get what they were looking for. No, not right below the comment. It's going to be right above. Whoever is right above my comment. All right, I guess I'm not becoming an inversion trader. Both of them aren't working yet. I guess it's not going to work then. There we go. I got to change my strategy again. See if it goes to the stop, though. We'll see what happens here. Would have made profit on the first move. Yeah, if you that initial push there, right? If you grabbed the first entry and took it out at, that was like plus 70 points there. How important is it to end the week green for confidence, even if it's just $50, or do you not care? I personally don't care, but I'm my own person. I'm not going to sit here and talk for everybody, but I've completely detached my emotions from the outcome of the trade at this point. Right? I leave my emotions for my family. Okay, my friends. I keep that for real life. What happens here on the screen, I've completely detached my emotions from it. Ash, what about making my own strategy? Is that for the video suggestion, or are you asking if you should make your own strategy? In terms of creating a strategy, yeah, you should definitely collect data for how you're capable of identifying stuff within the market. You should definitely create a strategy and then follow it without a doubt. All right, I'm about to type in the chat. Maybe. Here comes the winner. Maybe. We had to have some fun this Friday, chat. It's a Friday. I had a nice week, so figured we'd have some fun. Maybe I am going to become an inversion trader. We're so back here, right? We went from needing to eat ramen because we were about to hit a stop loss, and now we are so back. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Yes, the giveaway is actually happening. I know that I'm joking around, but for all the individuals wondering, I'm going to type in the chat very shortly, and the individual that has the comment right above my comment is going to win the giveaway. So that is why chat is moving pretty fast. I will be commenting very shortly, so whoever is right above my comment wins the 150K scale account today. Just figured we'd have some fun here. In terms of the position, for anybody that's watching, I did not take this position. I've taken my risk for the week. I had a nice win on NVIDIA. I had a nice win on a short in the PM session with Tanya. I'm very happy with the week, so I'm not looking to ruin the week by over trading. I'm just waiting and watching today. We are looking at a current inversion right here. That's why you can see what you see on the screen. I had almost hit the stop loss. Now it's back to break even. We'll see what happens. Oh, I'm typing. Didn't press enter though. I did type it out. We're getting very close now. I typed out my comment. It's just a matter of clicking the button now. Just saying. Chat, we are so back. Look, the inversion is back into green now. Back into profits. Is it going to move this time? Neither one of them hit the stop either. Neither one of them hit the stop. Oh, there it is, chat. There it is. Who is it? D Wright, 103. D Wright, 103. D Wright, 103, with the comment of W to win the giveaway. That is a perfect comment. W for D Wright. See, he knew it. He knew it was coming. He felt the W coming, and he got the W. Let's go. D Wright for the winner of the 150K scale account. D Wright, if you're listening, we will get that giveaway going. Congratulations and happy Friday. Let's go. The luck is on your side today. Happy Friday. D Wright 103. Let's go. All right, that one was a fun one. I haven't got to do it that way. I'm glad we got to change it up a bit. Did a little bit of trivia this week. We did a completely random one as well. D Wright. If you guys need me to screenshot the comment, I will show you. It should be the same thing for everyone because I commented in chat, right? So whoever's looking at chat, you can see my comment. It says Ash Trades. Winner is above me. Couple arrow signs up. And D Wright wrote W right above me. So congratulations. Congratulations. All righty, chat. All righty, chat. Congratulations. Well, we got another 15 minutes here before the end of the segment. Now we go over some questions and comments. We will continue to keep watching the inversion to see how it plays out. I gave multiple entries, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's sitting in profit currently. Almost hit the stop. Just barely missed the stop. Starting to move into the green now. We'll see what happens. Another decent push here. Profit? Listen, if you guys want to take your green and call it a Friday, be my guest. That's 68 points there. Be my guest. Bishek is saying, attention, the rapid add-on ends today at 5 p.m. Okay. Very good information. Thank you for pointing that out, Abhishek. Very good information. It said 4:59, not 5. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Maybe I rounded up by 1 minute. Maybe. Chat, if you're finding any value from the community, if you're finding any value from all the giveaways, if you're finding any value from any of the special guests that we have coming on here, all the hosts that keep showing up every single week, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. Like I said, we got the long form videos coming out as well. We got the short form coming out as well. So we got a lot of things that are being added, a lot more value on the way. We will definitely make announcements for those videos. And once again, if there's a certain type of video that you guys would like to see for long form, feel free to throw it in chat. Ash, my biggest challenge is collecting accurate information and implementing the strategies effectively. Okay, so when you're collecting information, you have to have the same variables for that data, right? So the same time window, the same entry function, the same risk management, right? So if you're changing the variables throughout your data collection, then it's not going to be accurate data. Right, so we'll do a quick example of that, a very random example, okay? For example, everybody has heard of the opening range breakout, right? So let's do, I might have did it on the wrong candle. Give me a second here. Yeah, so everybody's heard of the opening range breakout, right? Whether you use the first 30 seconds or the first 15 minutes, the opening range breakout is just a normal strategy that everybody has heard, right? So here's the first 15 minutes of the day. And so now I'm trying to give you an example of accurate data, right? So for example, if your variables are going to be, I'm going to trade the first opening range breakout of the first 15 minutes of the market, you have to follow that strategy every time, right? So you can't be using 10:30 a.m. You got to be using 9:30 a.m., right? Use the same variables every single time. Same thing goes for the type of entry, right? Are you going to enter? How are you going to enter, right? Is it going to be the first moment that price goes below the opening range breakout? Or are you going to wait for a candle to close below the opening range breakout? You need definitive variables so that your data can be accurate, right? And then same thing goes for your risk management. So let's say that you're going to use the first 15-minute as your opening range breakout, and the very first time price crosses over that, you enter your position, right? So you would have entered short here because price went below the opening range breakout right here at 9:45. So it looks like the short would have been here at 153.50. And then also use a certain risk management, right? So say you want to do 20 points for 40 points, right? 2-to-1 risk to reward. This would have been a win, right? This goes 40 points before it goes minus 20. It goes past the line here, right? So market order in here. Then it goes 40 points before it goes minus 20, right? So what I'm trying to say is have the same variables throughout the entire data collection. The variables here would be the time, right? The first 15 minutes of the market. The data here would be how to enter the market. That's entering your position the moment it crosses that line. And then management as well. 20-point stop for a 40-point reward. 1-to-2 risk to reward. This would be a win here. This would be plus 2R. So then collect the data that same exact way for the rest of that data collection. Okay, hopefully that helps. Just have the same variables is what matters. Let's get out of that replay. Get back to the live action. All right. So any other questions? I got another 10 minutes with you guys before the next hosts show up. How do you choose your time frame? That comes from your personality, in my opinion. Okay. So for example, if you need instant gratification, right? You have a hard time with patience, then you should probably deal with lower time frames, right? Because a lower time frame trade is only going to take seconds or minutes to play out compared to a 15-minute trade, right? A 15-minute trade might take hours, maybe even days to play out. Okay, so look at your own performance is what I have to say about that. Collect a track record to understand how you best perform. I can't sit here and say the 1-minute chart is the best chart because we all are our own unique individuals. So somebody else might perform better on the 1-minute chart compared to how I perform on the 1-minute chart. You are in long now? No, I'm not in a position. When I am in a position, you can see it on the screen. There is no position shown on the screen, right? You'd see my entry location. You'd see the profit or the loss. You can't see any of those because I'm not in a position. What we were looking at earlier was an inversion. Right here, I'll put it back on the screen. This is what we were analyzing. We were looking at a 3-minute inversion there. Do I trade prop firms? Yes, that is exactly why I'm live streaming on MyFundedFutures YouTube page. This is a day trading prop firm that we've been trading in the live account at MyFundedFutures for more than half a year now. I'm still in that live account. So that's a good question, though. I would like to see what you guys have to say, chat. How long do you, on average, stay in a prop firm account? Write a number of days. How many days, on average, do you stay within your funded account? On average, how long do you typically stay in your funded account? 0.1 hours. Yeah, you instantly get the credentials, instantly max leverage, and instantly blow the account. Jeez. About 5 minutes, yeah. Sounds about right. I've been in my live account. I think it's about 183 days now. So we've crossed half a year. We've had 15 plus payouts in that live account. So it's going very well. Funny of you to assume I get to sim funded. Juice Bag, didn't you win the Tuesday's giveaway or Monday's giveaway? Are we through that eval already? You're the one that was the Fogo de Chao response, right? No, Juice Bag. Look at his name. Look at the screen name. It says Juice Bag. You don't understand the buffer thing? Can you make it clear? So you have end of day drawdown, okay? That end of day drawdown is going to keep trailing until you get past the buffer, okay? The buffer will then lock at a certain number. When you pass the buffer, it'll no longer trail, okay? So, chat, another profit-taking opportunity. You're looking at near plus 100 points here on the inversion play. You went from we're so back to needing to eat ramen to we're so back again. So you're looking at plus 100 points. If you want to be done for the day, close up those longs. You got 100 points there. 100 points on NQ is astonishing. So looks like I'm changing my model. I'm now an inversion trader. I'm scrapping the entire model and we are strategy hopping. Just kidding. A little bit of sarcasm for a fun Friday, just so everybody's aware. Just having a little bit of fun. It's finally Friday. Ash, I would like to thank you for your support. Thank you for the kind comment. Listen, we're going to try to provide as much value as we can every single week. Yeah, there's sometimes we like to have some fun, but majority of the time, I'm all about business. I've taken my risk for the week, and it's Friday, so that's why I'm having a little more fun today. But we are here to help, whether it's anything to do with this trading business, whether it's MyFundedFutures platform, whether it's psychology, whether it's trading strategies, the whole nine. So always feel free to ask any questions. We're always looking to help. It doesn't matter what kind of question it is. Feel free to throw it in chat because not only you, but all the individuals in here are looking for the same thing. So whether the other individuals are just watching or not, they get that learning experience as well. So thank you as well. Thank you as well. Any last questions? Got another 3 minutes on here with you all before Barbie and Myth show up next. Beautiful long here during the session. 120 points. Just be done with that. Who cares if it goes to plus 2R? 120 points on a long is insane. 120 points on NQ. Thanks for the 1,500. You made 1,500 from that. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. Congratulations. Very good job. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, you can say that again. Someone definitely lost their house on that trade. I'm not exactly sure how you submit your mortgage for a day trade. So I don't exactly know how that works, but okay. Heavy green from Asia. Congratulations. Very good job. You'd be surprised. I'm down 3 houses this week. Man, how many do you have? Look at my question up top, Ash. I must have missed it, D. Wright. If you could just throw it in there real quick again. There's a lot of questions coming across, so any chance you can just throw it back in the chat real quick again? I definitely did miss it. If you don't mind, just throw it in chat again. Strategy hopper. Yeah, we're hopping strategies today. The inversion is the new strategy. We've completely scrapped the last one, and now we are an inversion trader. D. Wright. I still didn't see that question, so I am going to be hopping off here in another minute. If I by chance can't find the question, feel free to contact me on social medias. Oh, there we go. Sorry, now I see it. Could you show a couple setups? Yeah, do me a favor and contact me on social media. I don't want to take away from the other hosts. And it is time for Barbie and Myth to come up next. If you want to communicate, let's go to Twitter or Discord. We can go over some of that information there. I do have to say, if you're still in these longs, you have to be done now. Right now, we're actually at the target. You're talking about 170 points on NQ. Okay, so throw a W in chat if you're able to capture the long. Congratulations to all the individuals that did. The inversion players got the W today. Congratulations. So before I head off, we'll hand the mic over after this. How many houses do we get for this? Since this one was a W, does that mean they give us houses? Is that how that works? About 2 houses. Deal. I'll take them both. I'll take them both. Make them multifamily too. Make them like 6-door houses. All right, chat. It was a fun one today. Thank you for a phenomenal Friday. I really appreciate everybody's time. I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Myth and Barbie. I will see you all next week. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
river and the charts go insane. You know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
I beat you to it.
You did. You did. Is it cold in Texas? I see you got a little sweater on.
It's always cold for me. It says it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's warm over here today. Yeah, it's like 70 here today too. So nice. How'd you do this morning?
Well, I got a really late start because I have a kid that's not feeling well, but she wanted to go get schoolwork. So I got to the computer late, but I saw this little downtrend and I was like, I can work with this. I got a quick long, a quick short, and then a nice long. So that was pretty good. I'll take that.
Let's go. She wanted to go get schoolwork. What is this?
Yeah, she's a nerd. It's okay.
Yeah. Sounds like my oldest son. So he's number one in his class. Number one, let's go. So he is a senior. But,
there are a ton of kids at that school. I was worried about her getting lost, but she loves it. So
nice. Yeah, I had a bit of a battle this morning. It was a battle. I came into today thinking it would be choppy, and I still pressed the button a little too much. We're green. Calm down. We're green. Just just not as green.
Are you going to tell me again that you had to claw your way back?
Yeah, we were down a few $100. Not big, a couple $100. So Pine Tree says he got smarts from his mom. No Pine Tree. Not at all. Got him from me. Obviously. I'm the smart one of the family. Pine Tree trying to put me down over there. What's wrong with him? Guys, Barbie and I are going to be doing the giveaways as usual, but we do need the likes up. We're at 224. We got 350 people watching, so let's just call it 350 likes. We won't make it too difficult. So let's get to 350 likes and we'll do the giveaways. What is it going to be today? Is it 150K? It's a scale account today. 150K scales. And
That's
today is
one.
the last day for the add-on for the scale account for the daily payouts. That ends at 4:59 Eastern today, I believe. I saw that. So
That does end today. So and that's a good one too.
guys, the previous day close, I was just going to mention it right quick. We talk about the previous day close every day, but look at it again today. This is your previous day close at 475. Look at that massive rip back up off that previous day close. Zero drawdown. I mean, if you're not taking this trade, I don't know what you're doing. 150 points off the previous day close. Now, I did not get it because I was in a short. Until this 96 gap fill. And so I didn't get my ATM set up correctly before it touched the 75, unfortunately. But yeah, that previous day close is just killing it. I think it's 23 for 26, 23 for the last 26. So it's pretty solid. 10-point stop, 10-point take profit. That's all I take on it. But of course you can make it your own if you wanted to. So
Yeah, it'd be worth going and doing some serious back testing and see what kind of range, if you're watching the ATRs and things, if you can get a good idea of how far that'll really run.
yeah, I just did a blind back test, 10-point stop, 10-point take profit, and it was 64%. But it's been outperforming that by a great deal recently,
Nice.
So the only rule to it is it's got to be after 10 a.m. So you can see the touch here was at 10:02. So, and then, yeah, I kind of got chopped up a little bit trying to play this range. Such a huge range, but it's okay.
Oh man, it's still going.
Yeah.
I got out of the longs kind of when we got to the wiki mess that we had on the 5-minute. I thought that was the safe exit. That buyers are still there.
Yeah, so I was looking at the hourly, and if you look at the hourly, we have a huge order block here on the hourly that we tested this morning. very early around 8 a.m. and we had a nice reaction off that order block. Didn't make new lows, which is a little scary. I was thinking maybe we sweep, make new lows, and then we get the energy to get through there. I think until we get through the 400s, I feel like the bears are probably still in control. Once we get through this order block, that push back up into the 640, 650 area, which is the 50% fib of this entire move down, would make sense. So this is an area that I'll be watching pretty closely. If we can't get above 400, we probably push back down into the lows. If we clear 400 here, 650 is probably on deck, or 599. I'm sorry, 599 is probably on deck. So those are kind of what
I think it's worth pointing out. ES is in that zone you're looking at.
Yep. ES looking a little stronger here. It's already above the highs, breaking out of that opening range there. And it hasn't broken the high today like NASDAQ did earlier. NASDAQ kind of peaked out of it and then went right back in to the range. But ES is above the highs here. It's approaching. I got 605 marked out. What key levels you got marked out to the north here?
I was about to say, I was looking, well, we had 6611 yesterday. I'm also looking at that 6610. That's an old level. It was an old swing low that we bounced off of, but it keeps kind of coming into play real nicely.
We got 6622, 6638 kind of marked out up there as well to the upside. Gonna need this could be a spot where you end up with an SMT at the highs, because the ES has already taken the high. NASDAQ doesn't have a lot of energy here. It might not take the high, and then maybe we sweep back down to the 904s. We'll see. So I'm already up $160 on my MyFundedFutures accounts, and the on two of them. The other three are just break even. $3, $5, $3. So
who's still in this long? Anybody still in this?
Honestly, I didn't take the long because, well, I longed down here for a few points, but I didn't take the long because I believed we were going to take out the 904. I absolutely hate it when it does this, where it leaves a key level. But what did we talk about yesterday? And we've talked about several days. What do we talk about? NASDAQ punishes the chasers. So anyone who shorted,
do we just glitch out on Myth? The drama. Anyone who shorted
and targeted the 9. Oh,
that's what I got. I got anyone who shorted.
Yeah, my internet blinked for a minute. No, I'm just saying anyone who shorted kind of got punished there. If you chased the short. So
you got that cow farting on your internet over there.
I don't know, something's going on. It is. Should we name drop what the internet provider is? I don't know.
It's probably the same terrible one I have.
Nah, it's probably not. We don't have fiber here though. We do not have fiber. I'm on cable internet, but yeah, if you're still in the long, the only thing holding you down here from making new highs is really that 239 level. If we can close above that, theoretically it should make a new high, but we'll see.
The WeWap.
Yeah, the WeWap.
I started out in my own live account. So for me, trading has always had the risk of losing some of my own money. So I have a little bit of an advantage that I worked a little bit backwards. But for me, that's always been a goal anyway. And if you'll notice, a lot of people who are successful prop traders also have their own live account. You have a lot of freedom in your live account. If you're only waiting for those A+ setups for your live accounts, it makes things a lot easier. A lot of times we feel pressure to take all these little things. A lot of times I don't take those in my live accounts, or I'll put it in an eval or something like that. And I just get really picky. So that's why you have to, size down. I started with 1 micro in my own live account and worked my way up, even though in sim and everything, I was working in the minis. Just took it real slow, because you have to build up that toughness a little bit, because you have to stop thinking of it as money. It's the tool of your trade.
Yeah, Grimskull, it feels good not having to continue trading on a Friday. A few trades in the morning, you're done. Listen, I had my funded account trades done last night because I already knew today was going to be tough. So I took my base hit last night, $50, and just put those accounts away. Didn't even trade those. So when I do say that I dug a hole, It was just on evals. Now I'm not discounting evals because I value my evals and I don't want to fail them, obviously. So, you know, but ending the day red on them's not a huge problem, you know, not a huge issue. So
it's always time for smash or pass next week.
yeah, you could do what you want. You know, you could. So yeah, this thing's just squeezing up here. It's not going to be much for me to do. I mean, we could look to short. I'm eyeballing that 348 level there on the NASDAQ. I don't know if we make it that high. We'll see.
I'm definitely going to be watching the 610, 611 area, see if we get a little bit of a retracement there. We might get a retracement down that gives us a little more clue of if this is the new trend for the day or not.
The Chick-fil-A order juice bag is going to be the chicken sandwich meal with 1 packet of mayonnaise. And that's it. With a diet.
No eggs on top.
No eggs, no eggs. I'm ending the eggs today. So we're done with the eggs.
No more egg torture.
Yeah, no. I went and got Chick-fil-A chicken minis this morning for breakfast. So yeah, only the chicken minis, nothing extra, just 360 calories. So
I'm not actually sure when I'll do another tournament. I like to focus on my live trades first and kind of throw those in every once in a while. I know some traders like to have them going at all times. I like it to be a special thing. I was thinking about doing one in December. We'll see.
Well, Kim, no mac and cheese or nugs. No, well, like my normal order is the chicken sandwich meal, and I might get mac and cheese sometimes, but today will be probably a salad or a soup. If you haven't salad or soup from Chick-fil-A, they're pretty solid. So pretty solid options. So you can see we're kind of holding up here at the 230s, not really wanting to get through there just yet. You kind of want to see a big candle once it breaks the 240, push right up into the 260s.
Same spot with the 10, 11 level here on ES.
And I guess it's not, I guess that's not really a big candle, huh? I noticed that the ATR pre-market today was super high. Did you notice that?
Nope.
It was like, it was in the,
I wasn't here pre-market yet.
It was in the 50s on the 2-minute chart, which is insane. So is it possible to wait before buying? Yeah,
It's always possible.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. I think it's too high.
Personally, I don't like to buy the highs.
Yeah. I mean, that is a strategy. Buy high, sell low. I don't know how much money you make from doing that, but it's a strat. You could do it.
I've seen people post in comments. That's their strategy.
I try to do the opposite. Sometimes it's just, you know, it's in my nature. What can I do? What can I do? I like a short better out of this area than a long, to be honest.
That is not a Les Paul. That's an acoustic.
Yeah, it's a Les Paul.
I did have a Les Paul a long time ago. I didn't like it. There was something, it wasn't a good one or something.
She keeps the good guitars in the safe.
I have a music room. So there's like a big black lacquer piano. And so my colorful guitars look really cool on the wall in there on either side of the piano.
Man, what I would do to be rich like Barbie. She's got
I bought that piano when I had to like sell stuff on eBay to get it, but well, the theater room and the music room are attached.
Okay, I was just saying, you got a TV room. She's got a music room. Like she's got an office. Man, I need to step up the game. Step up the game. Only real heroes can afford to buy high and sell low. Oh. I finally got the switch over today on my YouTube channel where you got the different names. So I have to like dig through all the, you know, I have to kind of look at the avatar or whatever it is to see who
that rolled out. I thought everyone got that all at once because there's like this.
No.
All of a sudden, everybody's screen names were weird.
No, I got it finally. So we got the first pullback into the 9 EMA here on the 2-minute. I mean, if we can get a deeper pullback, you know, 150, I might take a long, but you know, the 9 EMA so far, it's got a nice little bounce off of it there. 30 points. Too scary to buy it for me. Bull Barbie might want to.
I don't know. I mean, I already cleaned up a little bit today. I I just went in one account, but I went full minis and took 3 good trades, so that might wrap up a good Friday.
Trading minis. Holy cow. I dug my hole trading micros.
Yeah, I wasn't in a hole though, so it worked.
He wants to know if the blue one's a guitar up there. Is that a mirror? That's a mirror, isn't it?
I don't have any mirrors. There's a hat. Okay, we got a hat. Oh, there's a blue hat and a sparkly hat.
Oh, it's a hat.
guitar.
Okay, it's a hat.
And then that's an alien. He's kind of hard to see, but it was a gift. I needed an alien, I guess.
Nice, nice. Guys, remember, we're not doing the giveaway until we get, how many likes did I say? 375?
350.
350.
Did you say? I thought you were being nice at 350.
Okay, 350. We only got 255, so you guys got a ways to go.
No, you don't get to do retail therapy shopping on a red day. Retail therapy is celebration for a good day.
Oh, man. I'm a little tempted along, but it's so dangerous up here. I don't think I'm going to do it.
So we're at the 6600 psych level on ES, but yeah, we just got there from 6540. So
oh, they want an indicator that turns the red candles pink. It will help with mental health. Oh.
It is good to turn your candles pink. I mean, most platforms let you change it. Man, we're still getting buyers up here. They're trying to squeeze this. But we're at that spot that I was talking about, the 6610 to 11.
Yeah, I see that.
So that's kind of that next spot to get through.
You could grab some points here maybe, but I don't know. It's so dangerous.
It's dangerous, yeah. There's definitely points to be had if you're quick.
It's a nice little push there, though. Nah, Gabriel, I don't really play any instruments anymore.
Anymore? Were you a band nerd?
No, you mentioned, I remember I told you I said I played the bass violin back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
In elementary school.
So you were an orchestra nerd.
Yeah.
That's okay. I was too. I was violin, but
I wanted to be different, so I got the biggest one. I'm going to be honest why I got the biggest one is because I wanted my mom to pick me up from school every day instead of me having to ride the bus.
You weren't compensating for anything?
No, she was definitely not. She would never pick me up from school. She'd make me ride the bus. So
I do sing. Back in my pageant days, that was my talent. I played guitar and sang. Well, usually I play guitar and sing at the same time.
Candles are my new instrument. That's right. I play the candles.
Play the candles a lot more than anything else these days.
Internet Explorer. What are we talking about over there? What are we talking about? The baseball, some of the players that I coached this season came up with a little saying there, but I can't say it. So, oh, man, this does. Yeah, there it goes. I was about to say, I think this retests 200. I could maybe take a shot, but still the stop is so big. I don't think I'm going to.
You guys think I don't trade with any logic?
Oh, you're on one today?
Channel. No, the chat guy says I don't trade with logic.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I trade with logic. I don't know what that's about.
I use no logic. No logic. I use the I think method sometimes.
I only trade on hopes and dreams.
Fiverr Splice God, we call it the port report. The port report. But we don't do that. We do not do that. My forecast for next week, I think we go to the right. I don't look at next week because I'm looking like I really don't go above the hourly chart. Yeah, I'm like because I'm just I'm looking for scalps. So, are you still holding your options play, Barbie? I don't know if you mentioned if you got out of that or not.
Well, I left a runner. My runner is gonna be destroyed here. I didn't even look at it today. It's down 99.2%, so that one's gone. But I did get out of most of it, so at least I'm a little bit in profit. That runner would have sure helped, but that's all right. That's why they're runners. I always have it planned where those runners are covered. If I'm going to leave one till the end like that, that's the rule, is it has to be covered by the profits of the trade. Otherwise, there's no room for a runner.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? I might try a little risky short, just risking 10 points. I'm looking at like the 290 area potentially.
What you got up there? The highs?
Yeah, I want to see like a wick, not through the highs, just like right before the high. This is kind of a risky one. It's not one I normally might take.
This is risky. I'll give you that. But you are at that consolidation zone from yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We'll give it a little shot. Why not? We're also at initial balance high, so usually get a little reaction. I mean, theoretically, I could just short off the 280. I'm trying to be a little less aggressive and take the 290. So I'm just looking for a small reaction off that level. And if I get a reaction off 280, then I may just take this off. Might just take it off. Let's zoom in on it a little bit so you can see. Let's see what happens. If we reject the 280, then I probably won't take it at 290. So I want to see a wick. I'm just thinking a wick through here. It could just wick the high though too, but so there's the wick. It pulled back. It didn't pull back 10 points though. Let's see what happens. The indecision. Do I hear a dog snoring?
You can actually hear that? Yeah, there's a Frenchie in here, so yeah.
I heard the dog snoring. All right, there I'm tagged in. Like I said, we'll see what happens. We'll see.
I'm used to. I just tuned it out. If you have a Frenchie, there's a dog snoring at all times. Someone was asking, how do I keep high energy when the market's being toxic and choppy? And you can't, if you're going to be successful with this and stay sane, you can't be letting the market dictate your mood. But that comes from good money management and everything. So if it's really choppy and I don't like it, I don't have to trade it. And if it makes a lot of sense and I like it, I'm going to trade the heck out of it.
Let's go. 15-point winner. Let's go.
Nice. That was dangerous. You like
Sniper
slip
entry.
dangerously on a Friday.
The sniper entry for the W. Let's go. So, yeah, I'm just using initial balance there, just thinking that's probably going to be a wick through there.
Got it.
Just a small rejection. We're not looking for anything crazy.
Just the tip.
Yeah, just the tip. That's all we need. We don't need much. Also, ES just tapped that 22 level, which kind of coincided with that. That was my next level up. Next level up there. So, sorry, guys. I tried to give you a loser, but it's just tough. It's just tough. Nah, I'm kidding. Oh, guys, we got to get the likes up. Where are we at? I hate to keep pushing the likes, but we want to do the giveaways. There we go. Now we're breaking out. Yeah, I mean, 2 giveaways nicely. There's the breach of the high. And actually, that was the 15-minute. That wasn't even actually the initial balance there. High B's up there at 290, 298. So kind of the same idea there. You've already gotten a 13 or 14-point move off that IB play too. If you guys don't know, initial balance, it's just the first high and low of the first hour of the market open. Any plans on the weekend? So we're going to put the Christmas tree up tonight. We are, tomorrow morning, we got baseball, whatever you call it, private baseball instruction, and then a basketball game. And then we got to watch Georgia football, of course, play the nobody. And then, that's about it. Just a day of football after the basketball game and stuff. I'm going to make my way to the Hawks game next Friday. Hawks versus the Cavs the day after Thanksgiving. So you got any plans this weekend, Barbie? What you got going on?
So we'll be watching some sports too. We're getting ready for holidays too because we host for Thanksgiving, so I have to get ready. My house is not ready yet. We'll get there.
Yeah, we no longer do that. We no longer host for Thanksgiving.
Well, I have the big play, so it's kind of natural. Like otherwise, I'm kind of the jerk.
Yeah, we just
I'm
go to
in
other people's
town.
house. Well, we don't even go anywhere. We still just cook and stuff at home, but we have enough people at home already, you know. So
I
my
don't know. I think the
older,
list keeps growing around here.
yeah, my older kids are going down to Florida to their grandparents' house for the week. So won't see them until after Thanksgiving, but that's all right. It's kind of the trade-off. I get them for Christmas. She keeps them for Thanksgiving. So that's an even trade, right?
I don't know. I like Christmas.
Well, I have the younger kids, so like, you know, that
Oh
way
yeah,
they're
they're a
able
little bit
to.
more fun.
Well, that way they're able to be with. They're able to see their younger brothers, you know, younger brothers
Yeah.
and sisters open the gifts and stuff. So
We're now up at that 66, 30, 32 area that I've been watching all week. So that's the next key level here. That would be
I've
target.
got 24, 3, 4.
Robot. Oh, it's always so awkward. Well, someone was asking me if my name's Bull Barbie, am I legally allowed to take shorts? Oh yeah. You could be bullish on puts, right? Bullish on shorts. It's just a name. Don't get too focused on details. Y'all overthink the details too much. In trading too, sometimes. He is very stuck and locked up over there. This internet brought to you by Egg Yolk. Yeah, pretty much. The internet couldn't take too much myth and trades all at the same time. So this is the top of the gap level that I was talking about, though. So 32 was that. This is really kind of squeezing here. Whoa, that's way too much Barbie, y'all. What I was gonna say is I'm also watching the 6650 level up there. We spent a lot of time trading around there on Wednesday. And then if y'all remember, I talked about this level the other day on ES. The 6670 is kind of coming up there. This is a big structural level on the higher time frame. So this is one I've been watching kind of as an over under. Are we going to close over or under it? Closing over that is a win for the Bulls. Maybe not a huge one, but they'll get a point up there. Yeah, I like that extreme close up. I think is yeah, he forgot to pay the internet bill. I have the same problem. Like if you don't live like really close where you can get fiber, internet is getting to be a big problem. I have to have backup. I have 5G backup right now. I'm gonna get Starlink one of these days. They are still buying it for now. Let's see if they hold this 32 level. Those of y'all that follow the floor pivots also, that's also we have confluence there at 32. So I saw a lot of buys come up there. I think that's why we got the floor pivot, and that's the top of that weekly gap. That's what's yellow on my chart, is that weekly gap we've been watching all week. I think Myth is using Internet Explorer. That's the problem, huh? And now I'm stuck with all y'all. That's all right. I'll get stuck with y'all. Ask Jeeves is how Methodical gets his trading strategies. He asks Jeeves for them. That's what I've thought about that lately, because we, Ask Jeeves was really just 30 years ahead of its time, because now that's exactly how you treat your search engines. You just ask them questions like that. So now you're asking Copilot or ChatGPT or whatever. You think I should do a giveaway just because of Myth being gone? I could, but he had a rule about likes, and we're not there yet. I even liked it. I hope he remembered to like it before he got the boot. Better have. At least give me enough likes to make him proud. We're almost at least at 300. We're so close to 350. Maybe we can do one at 300, one at 350 in Myth's honor. Since, I don't know, was he talking about ICT or something? Did he get kidnapped? Oh, he's messaged me. Yeah, internet crashed. Yeah, sure. I think that was someone texting from his phone. I don't think he's really got his internet crashed. He got kidnapped. Getting too famous on this show. Still watching to see if they hold this area. They're starting to lose the top of that gap, but I would expect this to be a major target. I mean, I was targeting, I was watching 6,600 thinking that was a good out, and now we're 40 points above that. So, I mean, this is a pretty extended target up here. Yeah, you'll need to be watching for white vans driving around Georgia right now. We don't know what's going on down there. He wasn't supposed to show us that sniper entry. We weren't supposed to get a short on this bull run here. No shorts in the squeeze. Not allowed. Yeah, they're taking Myth as collateral. You can't take that many points. And we should still have Matt coming up at 11:30, I believe. Yeah, somebody reset Myth. He needs a reset. All right, we did have some buyers show up down here at 25. They've really, I think, got to hold the top of this gap to be able to continue this. We'll see. It's Friday. Are we going to run out of energy? The volume's not that impressive, y'all. It's typical Friday volume. Yesterday's volume was nice and strong on that dump, so we have to pay attention to that. Oh no, you have a toxic relationship with NASDAQ. You break up every Friday and get back on Monday. I don't know if you've ever read all the Mark Douglas stuff. Too bad we don't have Mark Douglas with us anymore, but I think in the spirit of Mark Douglas, what he would tell you is don't mess with NASDAQ on a Friday. Maybe try some ES, some MES, something like that, you know, date her sister or cousin on Fridays instead. Oh, he can be here in chat, just can't be hanging out with me. I see how it is. You think we're gonna get to the Choppa now? Like choppy market? We could be after a move like this, the market might be hanging on to this. I mean, this is a weekly level. I'll show y'all. I have my extended hours turned off because I was watching that open. But this is the weekly gap from this was back a little over a month ago. But we never closed this gap until this week. So I think the market's going to be a lot happier having this completed if it wants to be moving higher. So yay, good job, market. Thank you for that. We appreciate. All right, let's see if they hold this 30 spot. If not, this is going to be a little bit trappy up here. We could be headed back down, at least maybe to the 6,600 if they lose this area. Or, well, you know what we were watching ahead of that was the 661011. Yeah, my co-host ditched me. Can you believe it? I think he got kidnapped by that van or something for getting too many points on a short in a little bullish squeeze here. Oh, he's going all the way to Starbucks just for internet. I think he wanted a high-calorie drink. Damn it, now I want to. I mean, you hear him throwing in these little ICT concepts. He's probably not using the right lingo and stuff. And he's probably not telling y'all that you are trash for not using them or something too. He's going to get a talking to in the van. Yeah. He's on a side quest on the clock. The market is waiting for him though. Have y'all noticed that? The market is like on pause waiting. It's like, we're just going to hang out here, wait for myths. Because, yeah, we got to wait for our sniper. Is it giveaway time or y'all teasing? Y'all teasing. Give me 8 more. Give me 8 more and I'll sneak one in without myth noticing. I'll get a little sniper giveaway in there. It's one of those self-driving vans. It's driving on the algo. Enigma drives the van. Is that what the problem is? He is the market, so the market can't even proceed until myth gets back. Okay, well, we got to 300. Let's do this. This is I am spoiled, y'all. My house has 2 offices. This one was technically called the craft room, but I took it over. So yeah, this is dedicated Barbie space. So this is what we'll do. I'm going to pick a random winner who can answer this correctly. And this is an easy MyFundedFutures trivia. You can look it up too, because this is going to be a random person, not the first, just the random one that I pick, who can correctly tell me who is the CEO of MyFundedFutures. Tell me his name. The name, first and last name, CEO of MyFundedFutures. And then I'm going to pick one of y'all who's typing it out. Holy cow, that's a lot of y'all. Okay. Oh, wow. I just randomly copied one and I'm pasting it in chat. I even lost my own comment, but it was Kim Capital. You get a 150K. What are we doing today? 150K course? Is that what we're doing? 150K scale. Awesome. Even better. Hopefully I pick somebody who has not gotten one recently or in a while. So there you go. Now, I will give Myth a chance to get his Starbucks internet. And if he doesn't, then I'm going to give his away too. How about that? We'll give him a little bit of time, at least 5 minutes. CEO is Matt Leach. So good job, y'all. Should definitely follow him on X because he gives little hints about things that are coming up. He wants 350, y'all. He's squeezing the market, squeezing it up. So let's see on ES. Yeah, the 6650 is overhead, and then NASDAQ. What are we looking at? Around 450? Getting pretty close to that next target there. The 650 should have confluence between just regular structural hourly levels. It's also a modified floor pivot that someone taught me that is very, very handy, which is the average of the previous day's open, high, low, and close. You want Matt on the stream? He has come on every once in a while. It's a very special treat. He does come on every once in a while.
Back.
Oh no, he's back.
We're back.
Are you in Starbucks now?
No. I was just waiting on my internet to come back up. My charts are still not up. So
yeah, well, we got you. That's the important part.
Who knows
now
how
we
long
just
I'll
need
be
350 likes.
Yeah, who knows how long it'll last. Darn you, Spectrum. How you gonna do me like that?
Yeah, they were building a subdivision down the road from us and like a year ago, and our internet was going out like every other day. That's why I got the failover system set up.
I was able
to be crazy.
I was able to knock Tom out and get out of the van, and I'm back at the house now. So
you're wondering, is that van driven by Enigma?
It could be
self-driving.
Spectrum is hot dog water. Well, I mean, it's all they offer here. It's either that
That's
or DSL.
my problem too.
Yeah.
We only have Spectrum cable or 5G or Starlink.
Yeah, I don't have any of that. Maybe I thought about getting Starlink, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. Haven't pulled the trigger.
I have both. One of them's probably going to work.
The CEO is back. No, I'm not the CEO. Trust me. And I don't know how long we'll be back. So, guys, get the likes quick so I can pick the giveaway winner. And
for at least 20 more minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, my charts won't even come up.
You don't have enough internets.
Maybe
well, we're where you left it, honestly. Nasdaq's at 340 and ES is at 630. So
nice. Well, you pushed all the way up to the 390s, though.
Yep, 392. Little something, something.
Tex here for his free account. Good luck, sir. That's all I can tell you. If you win, you win. If you don't, you don't. I can't. I got nothing to do with that. Internet giveaway before internet shortage again. Well, the problem is, John, we just need the like button pressed.
Just a little bit.
We got 350 viewers. We should have 350 likes. And I know everybody has an alt account. So for sure you can jump over there and hit the like button. It's not that hard.
And some people who were here earlier started the like train without us. So
Danny does not want to be the winner. I will remember that. I will remember that. If I stop on here.
Reverse psychology? Because I don't think that's how that works.
It probably is. They're tired of winning.
They all love not winning now. Okay.
I love not winning. Your wife's other husband. What about her boyfriend? What about her other husband's wife? What up, Clarity? Clarity, I actually sent you an email earlier. Check your email.
I didn't get any email.
I jumped into Clarity's DMs. No, I'm just kidding. I sent her an email. Clarity's a longtime follower. Barbie's only been following for like a couple of weeks. She wasn't even subscribed before like a week ago.
That's fake news.
I'm just kidding. Oh, you're using all your accounts? Let's go for the scale. Yeah, I need to get something, a little backup Wi-Fi or something. I don't know.
If you're going to be a super streamer.
It's one of those things like by the time it switches over and all that good stuff anyway, I probably would have dropped anyway. So you think there's more green candles yet to come? I mean, I agree. Like I said, if we get over 400, we close above 400 here. I think we see 600. Maybe not today, but there is time left. Why not? We are talking about the NASDAQ here. So
we're holding a really important spot on the ES right now, which is that weekly gap from like October 10th ish. I don't remember the date.
It needs to get above 42 there on the ES to kind of resume this move up. I just got my charts back. So just got the charts back. We're back officially. All right, guys, who won? My dog, he's over there sleeping. He's fine. Who won the giveaways earlier in the day? Anybody know? I'm not sure. Who'd you
All
choose?
I know is the one I did earlier. I picked Kim Capital.
Wouldn't it be funny if Kim Capital came up again? Joe Mama. Oh, I like it. Joe Mama jokes.
It's definitely not Lisa.
Give me your best Joe Mama joke, Barbie.
Joe Mama's so fat when she gets around the house, she really I screwed that one up. Shit.
What?
It was supposed to be about like being the house, and I didn't do it. I failed on delivery there. Oh gosh. That was I don't know those jokes.
You can just go
You
with
give me one.
You can do a classic one. It's like, yo mama so fat, her blood type's Rocky Road. Something like that. You know, one of those back in the day from what was that movie? Who was that movie from? Where gosh, I can never remember movie names. Eddie Murphy.
What? Yeah, describe the movie.
He changes into like he's a fat man and he takes a potion and he becomes a skinny man. I can't remember what it's called.
I know what you're talking about. I don't think they're even allowed to make movies like that anymore.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny movie. I can't remember what it was called though. She thought a quarterback was a refund.
Yeah, Nutty Professor, that's it.
Oh, Nutty Professor, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those that would not get by the offended police there.
Yeah, those were some pretty good movies. Yo mama's so fat, her belt size is equator. I remember that one from that movie. What was the other one he said? I don't know.
Yeah, the one I was trying to do is like, your mama's so fat when she sits around the house, she literally sits around the house. But like, that doesn't even sound right. Am I doing it wrong?
I don't know what to tell you on that one.
It's not even a good one. That's the problem. It's just, it's not a good one.
I can't help you with that one. And then I think Dave Chappelle wasn't Dave Chappelle the comedian he was making fun of, and he had the wide teeth, and he said, I don't know whether to smile at you or kick a field goal or something like that. I don't know. It's hilarious.
I was watching one of the old Eddie Murphy skits though, and I was like, wow, like you cannot do this anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, everybody's so sensitive nowadays. It's not much you can do. Now, I might take a pullback opportunity here. If we test the 300s, if we test the 300 here, there could be a long opportunity. Let's see.
Ooh, that was a little ugly there through the 60-30 there. 66-30.
Bring back the offensive stuff. All right, we'll do it. You proposed to a random person unexpectedly. What? Joe Mama joke. I just proposed to a random person unexpectedly. She is my ex. I'm trying to figure that one out. You might have got me on that one. I don't know. You want to listen to a Wall Street story? I don't have one of those. I do not have one of those.
As far as there's a question about traders' intuition. I don't know if there's, I don't think it's so much as gut instinct as you notice things a lot more quickly. So like when I was first learning to watch, I had to really pay attention to and mark all these highs and lows. And I don't have to, step through that sort of thing every single time. So that comes a lot more naturally. And I think that might be adding to some of the intuition, but it's also like we've been here before. Like I've seen this pattern before, and until you've spent a lot of time in front of the charts, you don't have that. So I think that might be what you're kind of perceiving as intuition.
So I'm watching here. I want to see a retest of this 21 EMA at the 299 level. What I'll do is if it wicks off of it, then I'll set a resting order at the high of the previous candle. Stop will be at the wick, and we'll target the highs. But I don't know that we're going to get it here. It missed me by just a few points. It's not the test we wanted.
They're trying to buy this right now. They're trying to hold this 30 level on ES again. That's the one I keep watching. Top of gap from a few weeks ago.
So let's see if we can get a pullback and a test of the 300s.
Amy, I can quickly kind of explain the differences. I've always thought of the different offerings that MyFundedFutures has as kind of like a choose your own adventure. You get to pick which group of add-ons, which set of rules work best for you. So if you're just starting out, the core accounts are great because they're the least expensive. They don't have as high of payout possibility on them, but sometimes that's not your priorities. Once you pay a little bit more, you can get a little bit looser rules and strictness on some of that stuff and get bigger payouts. But if you're just trying to pass that first one, a lot of times I suggest just the inexpensive ones, the core ones. And then once you kind of get the hang of how how that evaluation works and have a strategy that you can use to pass it and move forward, then you can be a little bit more picky about which payout structure you want and the different limits. So the scale account is set up to where you can scale up. You start out where you can only request a minimum payout, and then it builds up to hopefully eventually getting put onto, instead of sim funded, into a live funded. And then the pro accounts are set up if you're used to kind of that bi-weekly paycheck. It's kind of meant for that, where you're real regimented and consistent and can take kind of some payouts every other week. But those are larger payouts too. They're not limited as much. But you also can't take micros in some of those accounts too. So you can take the micros and things and the less expensive accounts, and it all kind of graduates you up. So that's the way I look at it. Is the core is really, really great for those just completely starting out. The scale is when you're ready to start building up to bigger things. And then the pro is when you really have your act together and know what you're doing and want to get on a regular payout schedule.
It's not my birthday. Giveaway time. Did we get the 350 likes? Nope, 340. If we close above 350 here, I'm going to take the long. This is going to be a nice bull flag breakout. I'm tempted to go ahead and jump in.
Okay, yeah, the buffers. Let me know if I leave anything out on the buffer, but basically the buffer has that trailing max drawdown up until you hit that buffer, and then it's a more standard account. And it's just to kind of help you be real aware and manage your funds there at the beginning, and then you don't need it anymore once you get past that buffer. So it's just to kind of hold your hand a little bit and get you past that first little bit so that you can start getting on the payout train there.
Let's go 2 for 2. 2 15-point winners. There you are. There you are. Nice, just bull flag there. I mean, nothing fancy. You know, this 2-minute candle closed above the high of the previous 2-minute candle. You get long. Easy peasy.
I was trying not to get in the middle of that and said that really fast, but hopefully that made sense.
Easy peasy. It made sense to me as I was taking my long. Made perfect sense. I'm always trying to
figure out those elevator pitches. Sometimes the stuff is complicated, but if you just break it down into like which adventure do you want, and then pick the size account that fits your trades, that's the way I've kind of looked at it.
All right, you guys, drop the W's in the chat. We're going to pick from the W's the winner. We got 350 likes. Thank you, guys. So I'm going to scroll fast. I'm just going to scroll up, scroll down, close my eyes, up, down, sideways, all around, and we'll pick a winner. So, and if I don't like you, I'll pick you anyway. You know? I like everybody, just so you know.
I hear your little scroll. I hear you scrolling.
Yeah, I'm scrolling up and down. Is people dropping the W's yet? I don't see them yet. Okay, there they are. All right, I'm going to look down. I'm going to look down. Here it is, whoever it lands on. And it is this person. There we go. That's somebody I don't recognize. So I'm pretty sure they haven't won. Congratulations, NQD. NQD with the W. Appreciate you. Oh, Abhishek. Oh, you would have bought me ice cream? All right, Abhishek. I got something for you. Shoot me a DM. I'll take the ice cream. No, wait. I'm on a diet, Abhishek. What are you trying to? You're trying to ruin me here. I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to lose weight. I can't have the ice creams. I can't do it. This is what I say though, guys. Like, you know, this is what I talk about where like you can have more than one strategy, right? I just took a simple bull flag breakout there. I was looking for the touch of the 21, but we didn't get it. We didn't get it. So like if I still think we're going to break the highs at 402, well, then I just find something else, another way to kind of get in. I don't recommend I don't consider it strategy hopping if you can recognize a different pattern and it doesn't confuse you on your main strategy, then I think it's fine.
Well, I think you can have multiple strategies. You just probably want to limit it to a handful and really be looking for one at a time. And after one doesn't set up, then look for the other.
Yeah, exactly.
But that takes skill to get to that point. So that's why I always tell people to look at one at a time. Once you master that one, then you can start kind of paying attention to that other one because that first one's so natural.
And again, like I said, guys, we close above 400 here. ES gets above 42. I think we just moonshot, but we'll see. I think we just moonshot.
We love a good moon on a Friday.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of moon we're talking about. You don't mind either moon as long as it's Friday? Okay. You can see we're getting that pullback there. I mean, we kind of double topped, didn't breach the high. I don't even think we got there on the actual NQ. Did we? Did we leave equal highs there on the NQ? Let me see. 391.50. Nope.
Looks like
they're
it.
off.
No.
They're off by 2 ticks. It might be
Two
equal
whole
on,
NASDAQ ticks, huh?
Yeah, it might be equal on the micros, but not the NQ. So
ES does not quite get there. ES is just kind of putting in a consolidation top there.
That's what I was kind of watching here, because like if we had an SMT at the highs and you got a nice bearish candle back through the 350s here, you probably could see that retest of that whole number there, but we don't have an SMT. So I think we're probably just creating a small idiot box here before we actually get a breakout. We are in the middle of lunch here. So guys, we got just a couple of minutes left here before Rocket Scooter Matt comes on. So if you guys have any questions or comments you want to drop in the chat, let us know now. And we'll be happy to ask the questions. The idiot box, that's right. Creating an idiot box.
That's what I say. So I've always called it the pink box of shame, but it's the same thing.
Thank you, Clarity. We'll get that over to you. What's the missing letter? Well, I mean, missing letter. I have no idea. Lunch creates the range. Yeah, it could be. Lunch creates the range, and then you're kidnapped, and out the door you go. So, and see, like the 21 EMA on the 2-minute here, like this would be a tricky one if it did pull back into it to try to take it, because we did not make new highs here. Without making new highs, it makes it a little bit of a tricky spot. So,
Chat's cracking me up.
What are you reading over there?
They're talking about my pink box. They said pink boxes are never shame.
Oh. Well, I heard they come in all different colors. I'm not sure.
Look at that. I got my camera to do tricks.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I don't have those special effects like that. We don't
That's
have
what I was playing with earlier. I probably looked silly. It wasn't doing it earlier. There it goes. That was for winners.
Balloons. Hold on, guys. Let me throw up some confetti. Oh, it didn't work.
I can do confetti.
It didn't work.
If it sees me. No, it's balloons. I want confetti. There's confetti.
There it is. Let's go. See, Barbie's all fancy over there. I'm not fancy enough.
I just figured out how to turn that on the other day. Like, oh,
Technologia. That's right. That's right. I was looking for that like a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't find that little clip of them saying that. So, all right. Let's see here.
More confetti. I can do more confetti.
Let's see. Is Matt ready? Matt's ready. So that's probably going to do it for us if Barbie wants to sign off this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out since I gotta go check on my kiddo here.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time. Enjoy your weekend.
I'll see ya.
See ya.
It keeps defaulted to the wrong thing. What's up, guys? Man, oh God, that took all the last ounce of energy I have. I've got the flu right now. And boy, that dancing, those are my calories for the day. I'm completely, I can't do that anymore. Coming at you live over here, MyFundedTV, Matt with the flu, and it's still going at it. Trying to trade the random trading challenge. Market's being awesome, rallying up, dipping down. What's going on? Did y'all get that? Sup demand, whatever the code was. Did y'all fill in the missing letters? Did y'all solve the Friday puzzle? Get your free stuff. All right. I'm back. I never get tired of that song. It's so great. Okay. What's going on today? Right? You guys tell me what's going on today. It's been incredible. Let me bring up what happened like last couple of days, right? Is this market rallying? Is this market crashing? What are we doing today? Well, you know, if you think of the stock market in terms of yesterday, if you were just to draw a box around yesterday without thinking NVIDIA or anything else, it's easy to say that the market's crashing, right? Like yesterday convinced so many people. I got trolled on my stream pretty heavily by longing at the dip, right? This market is coming down and dying. Like when people saw this, they were like, this is the end. Somebody said it's 100-year storm. And then said I was an idiot for buying the dip. Anyways, this, when you draw a box around it, yes, it looks bad. But when you draw a box around this, it doesn't look bad. This looks pretty much like the same sort of trajectory lower. And we had the market is trying to inch its way to a certain spot for expiration. That's where we are now. But we had sort of like that offsetting NVIDIA and then non-farms pushed up. And then the market just got back on track where that balance point was. We got an artificial inflation without any real bulls pushing this higher. And it's just NVIDIA moving the market up. But NVIDIA is not the market. It kind of is the NASDAQ, but it's not really the market. There's a lot more in the market that didn't move with it. And then the market just made its way back to normal, right? So when you actually zoom out, yesterday doesn't spell out Armageddon to me. This entire bigger history spells out possible bear market. Yes, right? But this day does not start a market crash. This day is like, when you look at the event and then the non-event, we had an event and it priced itself out. If you were to just delete this from the chart, let me actually draw it black so it blends in with the background, right? If you were to delete this, well, it's certainly purple. How about this? This might work. Yeah, if you were to delete this from the chart, right? And you were just to draw like a day that didn't have NVIDIA earnings in the middle of it, right? Let's just delete this from the chart. Let's teach you guys a lesson about this. When you delete this part of it, does it look like a market crash? Doesn't to me. It just kind of looks like another small down day. Like the market was here at 24,690 and then it just fell to 24,200. Like we had just a normal sort of red day that just kind of like sold off a little bit, which looks no different than that day or that part of that day or that part of that day where the market is selling off in chunks. This is another one of those chunks, right? I think yesterday scared people into thinking market is crashing today. Instead of resetting, and you're going to see this happen a lot, where the market resets an event, and that's all this was. We are inching towards a certain area for monthly expiration, and that's what we're staring at right now, okay? And now the market is retracing a little bit of that. We had our key pivot. Remember I tell you guys every single month we're going to talk about our triple B number, which is our contango or backwardation midpoint. Triple B is always the shorthand for it. We are now in a month where the VIX forward curve is rolled over into backwardation. This is the first month in a long time the forward contract was priced lower than the spot contract. And so when we rolled over on that Tuesday night, which is a couple days ago, we're in backwardation. And today VIX went right up and tested that midpoint and immediately decayed. That is such a key number. And I tell you guys, as y'all follow me on the stream, you're going to learn so much about trading from this one particular number. When VIX is bouncing against it, I said on my stream today, this is the test point. very low probability that we reverse the market. But if we reject this, the volatility is going to dry up and the market can just V straight up. And I mentioned it yesterday as well on the stream. I said it's probably unlikely that today's the day that it can do it. But I said it's not unusual for me to see, especially for expiration, if that volatility does dry up, that we can go right back up to retrace like half of this move, or at least V up maybe this far. Now, maybe not that far now, because when I said that on the show, we were here. I said very often I've seen days that end up right back there when volatility dries up. Now, we didn't get close to it, but today we rejected it. And as you see, the market just sort of flew up to the middle, right? And on the random challenge, it was a pretty good educational experience, because I did grab the long right here with 2 contracts. And we have 2 ranges, and you guys know me, I trade my liquidity pockets like candy. That's like the bread and butter of my trading strategy. And random challenges, I roll the ChatGPT dice, and it gives me a random time I got to jump into a trade. And the trades I like to take, especially in this environment, are liquidity pockets, there and there and there and there. If this ratio is greater than half, I love to take these all the time. And here is also a trade. All morning, our resilience number was positive, so it tells me that open is going to support as much as possible, at least half gap. And of course, the volatility, the way that it is, it's just going to have some bounce around for a little bit. And what I ended up doing was, when ChatGPT rolled for me to take a trade, was right here. And I jumped in on the long with 2 contracts. Let me pick a color that's not red, easier to see for y'all. I took the trade on the pocket right here, and I go, well, I'm going to get 2. And then the market fell to right about here, and then I closed out one of those, and that's it. And I held one through this, knowing that I can take the full drawdown. Now, remember, in the random challenge, I'm forced to stay in a trade so I can maintain position to get in a bigger trade. I can't grab my A+ setups unless I'm already in a trade. So I picked 2, knowing that it could fall all the way to there, calculating my risk and knowing that I can hold pretty much all the way to there and add in all together. 2, trimmed out to 1, was waiting for here. I was going to add maybe 3 more, and then maybe 7 more. Like, I was going to add a huge position at this pocket just to bet that we make our way maybe back to the middle. With positive res, everything tells me that the market's likely to hug the middle at minimum. So I was waiting with my 1 contract to get in to hit it heavy exactly here, but we didn't make it there, so I never got it. And then my 1 contract flew all the way to there, and then I closed out right there. So I managed to go a full run around to make negative $340 on the random challenge. But it's a great testament to, like, and when I'm buying the dip, like when I'm adding here, somebody's like, why would you be longing when the market's crashing? And I go, market's not crashing. And they're like, but didn't you see yesterday? And I go, well, yeah, no, yesterday it was resetting. Could it crash today? Sure. Do we have the signs that's going to happen? No. Is it monthly expiration? Yes. Is VIX below our contango backward midpoint? Yes. So the volatility might dry up, and I'd like to be in the bet just in case it happens. I was ready to completely stab this market right here. And I got so close to my entry that I was going to pile in on. So anyways, is this a big rally for the rest of the day? Probably not. Like, as much as I want to believe and hope that it is, this day could easily push higher, and then just do this by the end of the day. Yeah, certainly can happen. But when the market does this, like this, I told everybody on my stream, at least today, that I was expecting the market to really just stay internal to this range. I didn't think we were going to break lows or break highs. And when I rolled the dice for me, it was basically the middle of the range, which kind of sucks. So when you have to trade, or you're trading in the middle of the range, the trick is that you have something small in the middle that can survive the chop, and then take your long really heavily on the edge, or take your short very heavily on the edge, and then trade it back to middle, and then get out of the trade. I do that all the time. If you're flipping a coin from the middle, do it small. If it would have rallied, I would have made something on small. Had it dipped, pile in heavier, then make a big chunk of change when you revert back to middle. This sort of dip strategy works very well in almost all markets, especially volatile ones. Small, meaning that if I know the extent of the range I'm going to be trading in, then the position I'm in has to be able to survive that. And S&P on this particular range, because I trade S&P today, 80 to 20 is 60 points. With 2, is 1,000 every 10. So it's a 6,000 drawdown, which is about half of what I allow myself to have per day on this random challenge. So the random challenge, this is the end of the second week. And I promised you guys I wouldn't blow up the account. That's the rule of the challenge, or the goal of the challenge, to prove that I'm not going to lose much money. I'm only down like $3,000 spinning wheels at random times, just proving that risk management is good enough that in a crash market where primarily almost all my trades have been long, I haven't been losing money, which is blowing people's minds on the stream because they're like, this is something completely weird and different. When I started 2 Mondays ago, remember, which is back here, almost 80-90% of my trades were long from here. And through all of that, I haven't lost anything. Imagine what happens when the market turns bullish. The account goes up. So the trick of this challenge is pretty neat. It's that I'm making money and making money and making money and making money and flat and flat and flat and flat and flat and then making money, making money, making money. Look at this. Market has corrected over the last 2 weeks. I haven't lost anything. That's the goal of the random trading challenge, is to demonstrate that level of greatness in risk management. Because what you can do with that is pretty neat, is that whatever your strategy is, when it goes against you, if you don't lose money, I've lost 6 out of the last 7 trades I've made. Or actually, I think today is 8, something like that. I've only won 1 out of the last 7 or 8 trades. The goal is if when your strategy is going against you, especially day after day after day, there's no fatigue, my performance isn't worsening, I'm not like spinning, I'm not going tilt and losing bigger and bigger and bigger, right? The idea is that when it goes against you, you're not losing anything. And then when it goes in your favor, you're making stuff, right? That's literally the goal of a day trader, is to not lose money when you're wrong. If you can somehow spin your wheels and be right when you're wrong, and not lose money when you're wrong, and you're just sort of staying flat, you've succeeded as a day trader. Because the times your strategy works with you, you're going to be fine. Remember this beautiful bull market we had? Oh God, this trading strategy, when everything goes up, every dip I buy, just hold through it, it's going to be fine. It's perfect. And in the environment that I happen to start this challenge way back here, look at that. Market's collapsing thousands of NASDAQ points a day, and yet I can maintain the account. This is the goal of the trader, is to learn how to not lose money at all costs. When you're wrong, when you're right, when whatever, keep your losses together. Ultimately, when you're right, things pan out in your favor. But anywho, that's the strategy. This challenge is bad PR for you when people don't know the full details of your challenge and misunderstand much. You would think so, right? Yeah. It seems like it because a lot of it I have to explain, but our viewership is the highest it's ever been. So you are 100% right. I'm having to explain the challenge a million times over, and it's kind of annoying because people are like, why aren't you just sitting here banking and making money? And I'm like, the idea of the challenge is to put $100,000 in there and prove that no matter what is thrown at me, I'll figure it out. I'll dig out. I'll be fine. I won't blow up. This account has had wins and losses, and I'm pretty much where I started. And I think that's a pretty important lesson for most people. Most people are used to showing up and watching somebody trade. Like in the bull market, like most of my trades are 15 to 20 minutes long. I'd get in, make a trade. The trade would go up. I'd win 8 out of 10 trades, right? I had an almost 80% win rate this year. You're not really learning much in that quick amount of time. Oh, Matt gets in. Oh, Matt got out. That's it. You haven't seen me sit in a position for 3, 4, 5 hours and play with it and play the cost basis, move the cost basis down, add, subtract. You haven't got to see me work it hard into a position. Usually you have to do that when your trade goes against you. It's a lesson for those kind of people. When your trade goes against you, what do? Every trade that the ChatGPT has rolled the dice for me has gone against me. That's the problem. And you get to see it day after day after day. What does somebody do when trade goes against him? Oh, he figured it out. Oh, he figured it out. Oh, he figured it out. And I will take losses. It's inevitable. And I will win. It's inevitable. The idea is, are the losses somewhat manageable? And that's really the goal of this whole thing. What are you guys talking to chat about regulators? What's going on here? I'm missing stuff. How's the strategy work? Like my trading strategy? My trading strategy can find pockets of liquidity and long where the dealer pressure is long. Like I can see where market makers balancing points are, and I just long with that. And it's some of these setups work 90% of the time. So that's my strategy. I don't know what you guys are talking about when it comes to regulators. How's my payout record challenge? I am protesting and not taking the payout. That's a story for a different stream. I have stopped trading it in protest. Most people reverse when the trade goes against them. Yeah, Andrew nailed a really big point. Most people will reverse. When trades go against them. But what you should do is manage. The goal is not to win the trade when you're wrong. The goal is to mitigate your losses when you're wrong. And a lot of people are like, I'm wrong. I get on the other side of the trade so I can win. That mentality will lose. Mentality will lose almost every time. What are you guys talking about? The SEC goofing with each other? What? I'm missing out on something in chat. What? Y'all are trolling each other. It's hilarious. But yeah, so that's basically what it is. This has been quite a fun experience for me. It's been really difficult, but it's been kind of showcasing. I tell people like the example is you can watch a pro player go into a lobby, like we talk about Apex or Call of Duty or something. You can go into a lobby and play a pro game with your best loadouts, your best guns, all your attachments, everything's good, and you just play a normal game. But this is more like, 4v4 or 5v5 Call of Duty game, and everyone's going in with their best loadouts, their best weapons, their best whatever. And I'm going in with a knife and a pistol, like the bare basic. And all I can do is like melee people or shoot a pistol. And everyone else has the fantastic, perfect setup to go into. And I'm trying to show how I can get out of any situation with the bare minimum tools. And that's to show that those bare minimum tools are testing just your basic fundamentals of how you know the game. The, fundamentals of how you know the game are that when you're positioning, you're fighting somebody around a corner, you slice the pie and you have peeker's advantage. Whenever you get the first shot off, you have that advantage. And so when you peek out, you get the first attempt at getting the person's health down before yours goes down. And then that even without the best gun in the game, you can still use that advantage to get out of that situation. Positioning, making the right move, isolating 2v1s into a 1v1. These are skill sets that don't need the perfect loadouts, right? So in this game, I don't need the A+ setup, which is the best gun in the game. I need to know how to attack any setup that's thrown at me with the skill set I got. And that's really, really cool for me to actually be thrown into this and learn how to manage in this environment. It has been quite a challenge though. But I've been doing okay, so I'm actually pretty. What do I know about slicing the pie? You didn't know I was chill like that? There you go. Slicing the pie, baby. Hey, I used to be a competitive pro gamer a long time ago. I know ball. There you go. Back in the day. But it's been fun. So at the end of November, when this challenge is over, at the end of the month, I'll start over December with a normal trading, like normal. Max position on this normal count during ideal market conditions and A+ pivot. With the 100K account, normal, I would probably do between for like a normal, which is my quote unquote heavy trades. How confident I am, I probably would risk, because this is kind of unusual because normally my risk is going to be based on margin requirements. So the answer is probably roughly close to 5 to 10. I would probably be trading 10 to 15 if I got a normal A+ setup, just to quickly build some buffer in it. Because I'd rather utilize, that probability. I try to keep it to where, I can stay up or down that 12% per day maximum. So 5 to 10 for NASDAQ is the great range for that. But I might hit it a little heavier if I'm like really, really, really convinced on an A+. Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. Do I have a stop loss based on account size? Yeah, I do. So I try to aim for 3% per trade or 12% per day, which is the total. That's what I normally aim for. Worst case scenario, 12% a day would be reserved for the fact that I lose like 3, 4, 5 trades in a row. Then that's about whenever I realize, okay, the market is just this unpredictable. Something weird's going on. Okay, I'm done for today. That's pretty usual. World record payout challenge. I'm no longer trading it. To who asked that earlier? I'm not trading it in protest of the company. In the moment in time, I've halted any trading with them whatsoever. Yes, really. Standing strong with the community, my friend. Next subject. What's the plan at this account next month? Just to trade like normal. I might wire in a couple 100,000 more and just kind of put like a 200, 300K balance in it so I can trade. I'd like to trade between 10 and 20 contracts a day. Just to make some, banger hits. Try to play, 10 to 50K profit a day and loss. So that's probably what I'm going to do starting in December. We're back in bull zone. We are for a little bit. So we'll see how this plays out. Like I said, the market has just not sustained highs in the length of time I've been staring at this market all month. We have not sustained highs. Breakouts like this have never succeeded a second wave in like the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I would be very, 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 very surprised if this didn't sell off from here. But like I said, it's pretty untradeable today. It is monthly expiration and anything can happen. We know with how the last couple months have gone that any peaks have ultimately found selling and any peaks have ultimately found selling. And I'd be happy to see if this market continues to rally from here. I don't think that it will, but we might be wrong. This VIX in decay from here, from the 23.3 is actually a pretty decent sign that the volatility's gone, which means this overshoot of that equilibrium where we were at. Let me just use NASDAQ again as an example. If that volatility were to die out that was created from this event, then you can see that this equilibrium is sort of like right here. So this market would be very happy to just end up right here to start the new month, which is on Monday. Remember, the trading month ends today for options. So we got a whole new fresh month on Monday that starts out with volatility sort of in decay. Could be a decent sign for some recovery. I wouldn't be betting on it personally. Rallying from here, but all the signs are there that it could rally from here. History, I'm not going to let history cloud my judgment. It would suck if this were to sell off from here. That's something we've, been kind of battling with, is that highs don't sustain, but I could be completely proven wrong. The retrace levels are 66, 63 on S&P, which I think we're going to tap in just a little bit. And then we retrace that entire move. It's just essentially that equilibrium level. What are these? Where the heck I was giving a lesson today on liquidity. I was like, where did these lines come from? So just to kind of like pull back half of that, not half of that move, but the we call these our impact and run length red lines. This is off of the event. This is just the halfway point between the anchor and the low. Actually, this should be drawn to there. So 66.70, sorry, is the correct level. And if S&P were just to make its way back to the middle, which is where we were before the NVIDIA nonsense, it would make a whole lot of sense for us to sort of be back at this, like, we've been calling it the devil's number, but 66, 70, 60. We've been sitting here holding at this 666 level for like a million years. I don't know. Yeah, my sniffles are making. Yeah, I'm sorry for sniffling the mic, dude. I hate being sick. It's the worst. So coming into the new month, I hope to be putting a lot of energy into just normal trading whenever I want to, and no more of the challenge. But the idea is to prove in this random challenge that even in a bear market, I normally would be sitting out and doing nothing. And I don't like to trade volatility. I like to let things stabilize and settle out before I make my decisions. And if I can prove that I've survived through the crappiest part of the market, then my goal is to next try to make $1 million with this account as the next challenge on stream. Maybe from the 100K, but I thought I might wire in a little bit more fat so I can grow it a little faster. With 200 or 300K, I could probably, with some good luck and a good bull market, spend that into $1 million within a month. So that'd be like the next cool challenge. I'll maybe call it the $1 million challenge or something. Make or break, see what happens. But it's going to require a bull market that's stable, that doesn't have these like volatility issues. And it may not, next month may not be the good timing for that either. If, like I said, if VIX gets back to the crappy levels today, and as we see, like it's just become commonplace that the market has not been sustaining highs or pushes, just little short squeezes are continuing to be sold off. If that trend persists today, and VIX gets back above this contango midpoint area, which I keep talking about, 23.3. If VIX ends up back above 23.3, we are in a world of hurt for a whole nother month. So my boot camp is going to start on December the 1st. December 1st. Yes, we moved it up a month. And boot camp is now free for everybody that wants to take it this round. We're being ultra generous. The first 1,000 seats will be free, which are almost about to be filled up. I made a tweet earlier this week about it. You guys are more than welcome to scroll through my feed, grab that tweet, respond to it. We'll reach out to y'all. And on MyFunded, I'll throw you guys a code or something to make it free. But all of our trainer trading this round will be free. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay. And it'd be very, very, very unusual, at least all things being considered, with the month that we've experienced, for this to sustain a new higher high, but we very much could. I hope we do. This morning, just for funsies, I added. So remember, I had some options positions, right? I had I had some puts that I bought here and some calls that I bought here. Let me detail on a QQQ chart, and I also got some IndX calls as well. But QQQ was a position I was playing from way back in the day. This day right here, Tuesday. Here I bought some puts. Let me make it bigger. I had already deleted it. So I bought on the peak here. I bought some puts. I think at like 580 or something like that. I think that's where this came from. Here I bought puts. Here I bought calls that were shorter term. Here I bought puts that were longer term in case we still had the greater bear market. And then I decided before NVIDIA earnings was to close out the puts so I can grab them again at a higher high, and then go full speculative call, long calls on it. And I made about 90K on that trade. And then right for the collapse, I closed just about most of it out. I still have some runners on the table for next Friday, which is actually these options. I sold most of them, but I kept some of them just in case. We get 1, 2, 3 days of run, then that's all right. So I cashed out most of it. And then at the end of the day, after the loss, I think I still walked away with like 60K of profit out of the 90K I made. So when the market dipped yesterday at the end of the day, I grabbed some 595 calls at the bottom just to hold through it. So, yeah, so that's it. And I'm just for the reach. Sometime this week we can retrace, hopefully. So I'm basically sitting here for this. That you know, if we span this range again, then I'm pretty golden. That's all I'm looking for. And we'll see what happens there. Do I think the bull market's back? Not yet, right? We don't have all the indications lining up. Bull market is back. Now, the bull structure is there, which is interesting. Hold on. In S&P. S&P's bull structure is still there. Let me describe to you what the bull structure means. Oops. Bull structure is when you have this dark gray box. These are daily chart, by the way. When this dark gray box is sloping down, the bottoms of it, going lower and lower and lower over time. And the top of the light gray is sloping down lower and lower and lower and lower over time. That's very bullish on the market structure. Now, it's only bullish on price action if the S&P reclaims this key level right here, which is literally 66.36. 66.36 is the base of the bear zone. And this is a liquidity pocket on the longer term of things. If we survive this level into next week, it is a reversal, which is neat. Now, the problem is NASDAQ is the opposite structure. NASDAQ is completely bearish. These dark grays are sloping up. These light grays are sloping up. It's full-on liquidation event on NASDAQ. So the interesting thing is the big NASDAQ stocks are dragging everything down, but the S&P is sort of still balanced around this devil's number we've been talking about. So who do we believe, right? Well, the minute tech stops selling, this market's going to rally. That's all it's telling you. Everything else is just getting like, you know, these sympathy pains because everything else is selling off because people are liquidating whatever they are because the conditions are bad. But as long as we sustain, this is that key level right here. This is where that market is asking that question, are we reversing or not? If you want me to you want to ask my opinion, I don't think we are. But we're going to watch it because this is where that decision is made. Literally right here is where that decision is made. If we survive this area by the end of the day and walk into Monday on this 36 level being supported, it actually might turn out to be a pretty interesting turn of events. So we'll see, right? And as I said a second ago, we have not sustained any highs in this market to create second waves up, which should be rare. And again, we're back to that little bit of selling. And so today I want you guys to just watch what happens with VIX around 23.3. What happens with the S&P around 66.36. And what happens with NASDAQ? Does NASDAQ survive? We don't know. Maybe, but with the selling as we keep seeing like this, the market is just not believably bullish just yet. So that's what I'm thinking at. I got the flu, and the flu sucks. It really sucks, y'all. I am not the biggest fan of being sick. Yeah. So anyways, I'm in no trade right now. I got that lucky long leg up. And the market's probably just reverting back to that same spot it's looking for. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this just spanned this entire range even today. It could go up to there. It can go down to there. It's a wide range. With volatility dying out, the range is probably less wide. But potential high on NASDAQ 690, potential low about 800. That's the range. S&P, similar range, 65.20 towards the lows down in here, actually 64.93 and then 66.70. I mean, that's the range I'm looking for. Your wishes with me for speedy recovery. Thank you. I've been slamming coffee, man, to have energy to keep going. But I don't want to take off. This is good. This is good market coverage, man. There's so much cool stuff going on. Might as well, you know, hang around and check it out. See what happens. You saw somebody in MyFundedFutures Discord get an 18K payout on day one of their SimFunded Scale Rapid Challenge. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. How much I want to bet? Is this market's looking like it's going to sell off? That we're all the way back down to there. What do y'all think? Let's ask chat. Chat, are we down here? Or are we up here? Are we at the high? Are we at the low? Or are we just going to diddle in the middle? Where are we at today? It's going downtown. It's going down to the bottom of the range. People cash now before Thanksgiving? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'd be very surprised if this were to move off of that. Now, ChatGPT has chosen for me to trade in about an hour. I'll have to make the trade. If I may or may not be streaming, like I said, it's I think IDOC and I are probably gonna be doing some in the afternoon. I might not be streaming all afternoon, but I'll stream after this a little bit. And I still have to make a trade towards the end of the day. So I still have to make one. Y'all think down feels that way, right? It would follow the same trend that we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks. The market is not sustaining any upward momentum. The price action is still just people are just selling highs. People are getting out of the way as much as they can. These little bumps like this are giving people like, you know, here's your opportunity to get out the high for the day. And we're just seeing a lot of just everything is just following the same pattern. Scrolling through a bunch of the stocks, Nvidia hit MHP, rejected, same thing. That's really where a lot of it's coming from. Apple, you know, pausing, Amazon pausing, Microsoft, selling a little bit. Meta, same thing. It's almost like such a pattern these days that you just wait for those big run-ups, then you get your big short off of it. Laughter is the best medicine. So he said, "What you just send me your P&L?" Oh, that's funny. Y'all are too funny. Hilarious. Let's see what we end up doing here. I am looking at some possible, let's see. Let me see what's going on in the market here on these levels here. That'd be pretty interesting to see this move. Are we all the way down to here? That's very likely the case. I'm going to my watch list real quick. Let me see. Increase at these highs. I'm going to start placing some calls under my puts under my long bets. Hold up. Let me look at this. Okay, let me look at some of this here. We're looking at here. I'm looking at a couple more plays here. One second, you guys. Okay, I'm just looking at my options stuff here. All right. Okay. Greater market belief for me. This is looking just like Friday too. This like sort of loss of this area could just be a total meltdown today again. I would be hard pressed to think that we do rally. MHP breaking is a rare thing all to begin with, and it's looking like it's trying to make its way back down. Just spanning the range. No real bulls here. No real bears here either. Just the market just gently lowering like it has been, which is possibly the case. Do I think we get a big rally in a close? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. This particular reset right here doesn't look like it at all. This candle we just saw was enough to convince me we're probably dead for the day. And it could be another day like yesterday where the market just finds lower lows into close, and we're back on track of like maybe this trajectory. And as crazy as it's going to be, that's very possible to the downside. I was kind of excited to see us getting back up to the upside, but it looks like the market is not going to have it today. Well, we'll see. It's all going to boil down to the last hour. But it has been the trend for traders to just short these pops, and we've been seeing a lot of that. And it's been falling very rapidly. Like there's just been no sustaining. Oh, by the way, this announcement, the rapid add-on ends today at 4:59 Eastern, guys. So just be careful or be aware. If that's something you want to do, don't wait until it closes to jump in to grab that deal. And while we're sitting here, we're just getting that same sort of pressure to the downside. I always get so excited when bull markets are back. I'm a huge fan of non-volatile trading. I don't like seeing the market swing hundreds of points per hour on NASDAQ and like, just up, down, up, down. This is very, very, very headache for a lot of people. And it makes my challenge a lot more difficult than it needs to be. The markets just feel nice on days where you just have the market just inch higher and inch higher and hitch higher. You get dips to buy. You buy the dip, it recovers quickly. There's no volatility. Volatility is high. It's just so you get so much of this, and it's just more of a headache than anything. Well, my original call this morning was that we would be just spanning the range, and it's going to be kind of volatile and random. It's sort of megaphoning here. And again, if you want to ask my bet, to see if, now I'll be probably completely wrong about this, but I'm going to take a stab at it. This could hold up here and then into close, do that, and do that. It could just dump down. And losing MHP or rejecting MHP, monthly hedge pressure at monthlies, can create that kind of effect. And NASDAQ is currently dependent on what NVIDIA does, and NVIDIA has not found that bullish squeeze pressure to break through that 181.25 level. This is where its resistance is. But we'll see. The obvious trade is to short every pop. And is the obvious trade today going to be the trade that wins? Looks like it is. And S&P has rejected its monthly sort of bull level that we talked about. It needs to reclaim. Again, into expiration, anything can happen. So if into expiration somehow we're up here, then that's what happens. NVIDIA's round tripping accounting. I know I read all that. I read all that stuff about it. That all roads lead to NVIDIA sort of thing. That every investment is a company circularly investing in everything, and essentially NVIDIA is investing in itself, right? True, but also, kind of doesn't, and like, and how banking kind of works the same way with like how money makes round trips. There's like all the loans that banks give out aren't even real anyways. It's just loans off of ledger loans, off of loans. And in reality, if everybody were to if you're calling all those debts at once, the whole system will fail. So like, you know, the Fugazi of this kind of thing is normal. The question you ask, is there substance to back it up? Is there actually like, you know, utility in all of this that people are just going to keep buying into it? I personally don't believe the bubble has started yet. That's my whole thing. I think the bubble, if you were like, there's an AI bubble, I don't think it's a bubble yet. I think it's like going to be a bubble. I think we're so far away from when it's like, you know what I mean? NVIDIA buying their own chips through startups they own. Yeah, like all of this kind of stuff, right? The monthly bull level is from monthly maps, Wave Chappelle. Yeah. Creating money, then creating loan values to create more money, no supply to cover. Yeah, this is kind of normally how a lot of systems work, right? Where there's no substance behind value. I mean, isn't that the same argument that can be made for crypto? Right? Crypto has no intrinsic value. It's completely worthless. It doesn't serve, it's not a tangible thing. It doesn't, like a share of a company gives you a portion of the revenue as a shareholder, or a portion of the profits as a shareholder, right? There's a substantial tangible value to them. The Bitcoin is just all built on promise, hope, and the value is built on zero substance, right? So most things that have value can sustain value with zero substance if people give it value. And so the question is the hype the value? Is the future the value? And I still see that AI is going to likely cause a bubble and pop at some point. But I'm the kind of person that thinks it's like years out. Like this is just a baby deflation of, it's like the bubble is just sort of like, you know, when you blow up a balloon and it like goes to its normal capacity and then you blow it harder and then it starts to press against the rubber to expand the balloon. I don't think we've started expanding the balloon yet beyond its initial capacity. I think we filled up the balloon with air to like the starting point. I personally think this is the starting point of a bubble that hasn't started inflating yet. And that in years, at some point, because you have to have what I call peak stupidity in a bull market. In a bull market, in a bull market, you normally will see peak stupidity where everybody's getting in on something and you can't lose sort of feeling, right? We haven't really felt that yet in the AI stuff. Somebody said starting balance is 105. The starting balance was 100. I made an accidental trade one day in advance, but that's random trade too. So count it, don't count it, whatever the case may be. Mohawk, whatever your point is that when the account balance started at 100,000, you're just splitting hairs. By saying 8K, 3K, 5K. I just made a trade a day early. As so many DOMs open, I threw a trade at this one thinking it was going to be my live account in another window, but it was this one on accident. It's an accept the 5K accident to make things fair. It also would be considered. It doesn't even matter. Like, it's just another day. It's my personal challenge. Y'all call it whatever you want. I will choose to include the accidental trade as random enough to count, but it is what it is. The goal is to not go to 0. And if I go to 5K and you want to say that's actually 0, then that's fine, whatever. It's splitting hairs because the goal of the challenge is to not go to 0. Do I use a DOM? I do use a DOM, yeah. Yeah, when you're juggling like dozens of accounts, and I'm live in 3 prop firms. I've got my world record balance that I've been trading. And I got my personal account, my options account, like I've got a whole screen full of like DOMs and trading accounts. One of the hardest parts of doing that is just managing everything. It's a lot to do. That's your challenge too, not to go to 0. I do use DOMs, yeah. Yeah. So since I started spinning the Chat GPT wheel, I'm down, 7K for the most part on the Chat GPT wheel. On the account, I'm down 3K and some change, 3,500 or whatever. 3,700. But the account started with 100K on the dot. I think exactly that much. So anyways, I personally don't think the AI is a bubble popping yet, but I think that the signs are there. The thing is that when everybody knew the signs were there about CDOs and synthetic CDOs and all that stuff, that the mortgage, the mortgage market was like 150th or something the size of the mortgage insurance market, right? So like people were making bets against, the bets that we were like, when you buy a CDO, it's the package is packed with like debt assets, right? And so you own a portion of the assets. But when you buy a CDO squared, you own a portion of CDOs that are packaged inside of it. So when you get that amount of stupidity, and then you have leverage on top of leverage on top of leverage, then the pop, once the insurance starts paying out, everybody becomes insolvent. When the insurance has 20 to 50 times the value of the thing it's insuring, or the debt value, if the underlying assets devalue, the bet on top of bet on top of bet against it, or the insurance that goes against it, is crazy. It's just like the example is if everybody paid $10 for their car insurance, but you got paid out 100,000 if you were wrong, or if you wrecked your car, then the insurance companies would go under, right? They don't have the money to pay everyone out. And if a tidal wave hits and thousands of cars, get payouts for, totaling at once, the insurance can't handle it. And so what happens is that's a bubble because the leveraging is so high, and then everyone crashes out. This is just, it feels like a scare, not a collapse. I remember what collapses feel like. COVID would be your last sort of collapse, or the end of the Trump thing in March would be your last. Hey, what's up?
Where's your guitar?
Oh, I was trying to tune my guitar earlier. Anyways, you start to, like, when you feel like market collapsing, when a bubble's popping, it'll feel like the end of COVID. It'll feel like March did this year. this trading is just correction trading. You can feel the difference. We're correcting. People are selling a little bit. The market is not in mass panic where everything is just collapsing because of massive waves of margin calls. I'm not as articulate as I normally am because I'm sick, but I'm trying to get the point across. Is that from feel alone, it feels like a bear wave. It doesn't feel like a bubble popping yet. If it continues to press lower and lower and lower, it can pop from where it is and then cause more chaos. This just seems like a healthy correction inside of an otherwise healthy market. So that's what I'm thinking. So people are asking, do I think this is an AI bubble and things like that? I don't think there's enough like leverage built into this institution of AI to where an actor or two failing, like if you have a company file for bankruptcy and the whole AI chain in the middle of this, it'll cause a panic. But in the middle of where we are right now, there are people out there still dying to get in on AI because it has mass utility. And there are people like, can't wait to get a dip on this, right? That's how Wall Street really feels. Nobody feels like AI is going to collapse and it's going to zero and it's useless and it's stupid to invest in. Most everybody in the world is like, how do I get in on this? So this is a healthy dip that I think is going to attract a lot of buyers sometimes this month, next month. They renamed synthetic CDOs to BTOs now, and we're still doing the same thing, albeit loans are a little bit better now. You can change the name. Didn't they change the name of UFOs? It's no longer unidentified flying objects to like something new. There's a new government name for UFO. What is it called now? You changed the name, but it's still the same thing. UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. It's more encompassing, covering the phenomenon that may not be a flying object at all, like weather events. So now it's UAP is now the word they use. CDO, whatever they changed it to. Yeah, UAP now. I still want to say UFO because UFO just has a sci-fi sound to it. UAP sounds like a military term. It's not as cool sounding. You guys agree with me? You know what I mean? UAP or UFO? UFO sounds like the guys in the desert with like the googly and they're like waving the signs like, take me home, right? UAP just sounds like something a general would say. Oh, we have a UAP in the area. Over and out. You know what I mean? Boring. It's not so Hollywood sounding UAP. I love UFO. UFO makes me think of Little Green Men. I was trying to tune my guitar because somebody wrote all of our songs acoustic. We have acoustic EST, acoustic slightly fatter Matt, acoustic, Knife Catchers Anonymous. I was trying to play it, but the guitar strings are freaking brown at this point. The rust on these streams, the oxidation has oxidized itself. It's brown on top of brown. We need new strings on this. Is Pluto a real planet and don't rename UFO? Yeah, right? I think it doesn't sound the same without Pluto being included as a planet. It's an exoplanet. I will always stand by Pluto. Unidentified aerial phenomenon. Yeah. What are y'all up to today? IDoc's in the house over here. Y'all can't see her on stream, though. She's off camera. She's over there waving. What are you up to? Your lash is done. All right. Sounds like a good afternoon. I'm about to stream for a little bit, then hopefully take a nap. I'll make the meatballs tonight.
Oh, you really will make
I'll make the meatballs, dude. I make killer meatballs, man. I'll do it. All right. Wait, what is there to do in Katy, Texas? Good. Somebody asked what's there to do in Katy. Shop a lot. There's a Katy Mills Mall, and you can shop. There's some escape rooms out there. There's a Buc-ee's out there. If you're not from Texas, usually, you've never been to a Buc-ee's convenience store. It's a thing you got to see when you're in Texas. Imagine a gas station the size of a super Walmart from wherever you live, and that's what Buc-ee's is. It's kind of fun to go experience Buc-ee's one time if you've never been to one. Oh yeah, Katie, you can buy cheap, big new homes also. Yeah. We went and looked in Katy when we were looking to buy this house. We went to Katy and there was like 12,000 square foot McMansion houses for like 1.4 million. Like nothing cost for a sprawling manor with a guest house for your servants and stuff, servants' quarters. And we walked into these grand houses. You walk into it, it was like, whoa, giant columns and wrapping staircases for barely over $1 million in Katy. But then you walk outside and it's a cul-de-sac of mansions. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the funny part. And then every like fourth house is a similar house to yours. So that's why they call it the whole McMansion thing. But you got a huge like 10,000 square foot plot that your house is on. And just house. And then it's quiet. Like, it is so weirdly, eerily quiet and peaceful. I come from the city where when you walk outside, it's like just sirens and gunshots and cars and whatever. And it was like so quiet out there. We walked in and we were like, man, I would love to live here inside this house. But when you walk outside, it's like too quiet for me. I gotta have noise and craziness and you're away from the action. Yeah. But beautiful place to raise a family if you commute to the city to work and stuff. Yeah, it's one of the cool places to live outside the city. Yeah, the gunshots. Yeah, like the people the zombies banging on my door in the middle of the night. People on fentanyl and stuff. Remember I don't know if you remember the one that was like, I blocked that out of my brain. I'm happy here. There's somebody in the middle of the night was like, and I like walk up to the door and I opened and I was like, because I didn't know if it was somebody that got shot or something and then was hurt, and I was like, I'm gonna call an ambulance for this person. I opened the door, it was literally just like a crackhead or something that was just like, and I opened the door and I'm like, you all right? And I was like, all right. I was just looking around them for blood. I was like, all right, you're good. You can get out. You never can tell, right? It could be somebody that got in a car wreck and they're hurt or whatever. So people are like, why'd you open? I still opened the door, right? Just to check on them. But yeah, you don't get that out in Katy. When people bang on your door, they usually got a plate of cookies. They do. Or they are. Yeah, pretty much. But I did open the door because 10% of the time it's somebody that's hurt and they can't articulate their words because, maybe they're in shock or they got shot in the mouth or something, and like, that's what I thought. But it was just somebody that was literally on drugs. And so I was like, all right, just close the door. So I was like, all right, good luck. I'm like, and then they just walked out in the street again. So that's what it's been like. Yeah. Was I born and raised in Texas? Yep. I was born and raised in Texas. Walkers, Texas Rangers. Yeah. Anyways. All right, guys, it is Friday. It is now time to get out of here. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I heard that Stephen Kalajian had 12,000 viewers last night on his show. I heard that news this morning. That's incredible, you guys. So don't forget, I know it's Friday. I don't think he's doing a show tonight. I'm going to catch Stephen Sunday night whenever they come back on. And head on over. I'll be streaming for a little tiny bit, but I might get out of here after I make that last trade and go rest for the day. But love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. As always, be safe. Be safe in this market. And we'll see y'all on Monday bright and early. And don't forget to grab that Scale Flex add-on before it ends by the end of the day. That's literally one of the best plans in props, period. All right, we'll see y'all later. I'm out. Have a good one, y'all.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.